Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack and hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and it's going off in the chat today. I haven't even I was just doing my prep. I was just reading some messages coming through. I can't even see all of it now either, which is unfortunate. But hello, to do the roll call, we have I'm just here to watch a trash fire. I mean, I wish Trump was unalived. If only. Want to be on a list? Because that'll get you on a list. Base chatter straight away. Voltator, Squeeb, good to have you. Joanne's. Again, I hope I'm saying this right. Hello from Finland. How you all doing today? It's good to have you. Who else have we got here? We got Larp Jeff, brother. How are you? Hope you're enjoying your link to capital today and you're working hard. The Wings of Cheese in the house. Good to have you as well. I know it's hard for you to come along to streams these days, so we're blessed when you rock up. Yeah, I fed post at times. Well, I'm already on a list at this point. We are all on some sort of list by now. And that's pretty much it. All hail King Vance. Yes, all hail King Vance. So, like, if you're wondering what today's topic's about, if you have not been able to get it exactly from the title itself, we're going to be just recapping some of the stuff about the March for Australia. It still seems to have legs. I'm sapping it for all its worth in the algo, as you could probably tell. But look, I want to know what Albo has to say about this. So we're just going to have a quick look at someone's pinned Albo down to get his thoughts on the whole situation. Do you multiple platform stream on Twitch and YouTube, right? Like at the same time, so you can view all. Yes. That's why I've got like a little viewing agent, but it's not that great. Like sometimes if I accidentally or if the page refreshes, I lose a lot of the stream conversation, and it just starts from the point, from that point in time, which is annoying. So I can't view older parts of the chat. You should stream on Kick. That platform. Yes. I was thinking about it because I've actually the other place that I've got three, right, with the deal that I've got at the moment. And like, yeah, Facebook is kind of a non-thing. Like I'm trying to get some data coming in from Facebook, but it doesn't seem to be working. So I might use Kick. There seems to be a lot of loose cunts on Tick, let's be honest. Okay, I'm back. There we go. Welcome. So yeah, all hail Vance. We're going to be looking at Albo. Then we're going to look at these rumors about Trump. Have you guys been across this? So like Trump disappeared over the weekend, and it would seem that in his usual style, which is just non-stop, right? Like he's just always on in the public sphere somehow. Whether that is literally him in front of the cameras or he's tweeting or something. And there was radio silence from Trump. No one had put eyes on Trump for the entire weekend. And the internet it broke. Like people were just going nuts, tweeting things about Trump and saying that he's dead. No one's seen him for like 2 days, so he must be dead. And so we're going to break down some of that rumor, and it's going to lead us down a particular garden path, I think, a particular rabbit hole, as we like to go. If we have symbols in this movement, I think the rabbit or the rabbit hole, however we can symbolize that, is going to have to be one of them. But yeah, we're going to go down and, consider, we're going to do this. We're going to consider a world where Trump does actually cark it on the weekend. All right, shut up. What am I supposed to do on a stream then? Like, would you like me to sing instead? Maybe I can dance for you. Welcome to the stream. This is becoming a habit. You're gonna have to fucking subscribe so you don't miss out on all the action if you're gonna keep doing this. 4AS in the house. Yo. What's up? Give up the March for Australia hot takes. Like I said, I don't know if this is gonna be much of a hot take because we're gonna be looking at what Albo has to say about this. And if what Albo has to say about this is anything to do with like how all the other politicians have been talking about this one, which is very dismissive stuff, like really, really dismissive stuff. Like, you know, it's all just a hate. It's just a hate rally, like all that sort of stuff and rhetoric. Then, like, I don't have high hopes for his opinions on this event. Let's be honest. Yeah, do that, you mutt. Do you know that there's a button on your keyboard called caps locks, and you can turn it off if you want to? Just saying. What if I dance for you? What if I talk like this? Yes, it's becoming a theme. Avalava in the house. Hey man, what's going on? Kik has so many PDF files. I know. It might be a good place to spread some class consciousness. Yes. And we can start talking about the Roblox affair over on over on Kik. And like we can talk about the evil nature of Mr. Beast. I know that goes down on Kik well. The Trump model is about to be discontinued. Next season of Trump Show has failed to get renewed. The other funny ways to say it. Yeah, well, like Stephen Z loves to say, you know, this week on America. It's a bit like that at the moment. So we're going to investigate what's going on. And as Jag rightly says, all hail King Vance, because this may be the way that we're looking at it. This is the rabbit hole that we're going to go down, right? We are going to go down the hole, which is what would the world be like if Donald Trump, if like, you know, you woke up on Monday morning and he had actually cucked it over the weekend. And JD Vance, that's right, JD Vance was now in the hot seat, the new crowned emperor of world capital. Like, what would you think about that? What would we be dealing with in that scenario? So we're going to dive right down and deep into that rabbit hole. Kik, you mean the platform for scammers, gamblers, and PDF files? Yeah, that's apparently the one, but it could have reach. So we're gonna, you know, I've been thinking about it. Yeah, scammers, gamblers. That's a big one as well, actually. And all that stuff with, did you guys see that those streamers, I think they're from France, and they had this old French dude streamer as well, like on a marathon stream for like 10 days, and they just like abused this guy for like 10 days straight, like just beat him up, and like he died in his sleep on a stream, and that was all on Kik. So like it's a highly reputable platform, all right? But like with the deal that I've got with Restream, I can get up to 3 platforms. So I want to get my money's worth, eh? Because, you know, I splurged on this one by my standards. And so like, yeah, let's get the 3rd platform going, because Facebook is just dead. I don't think people exist on Facebook anymore. It's probably just bots. I think we need more Luigis. Oh my God. Oh, I've got to tell you guys about this as well. Like before we get into the day's events. And I'm going to do a video about this because like I want to do it some justice, I think. But like I just don't have time. But like I got done for a Luigi post really recently. That's why I have to say Luigi. I don't even know if I can say anything else. I got done, and YouTube has threatened to take action against me for a short video that I did featuring none other than Mr. Luigi himself. And so like I've been demonetized as well. So I know you're all really sad that you can't send me super chats anymore, but you can't. And that's because yes, the platform has taken action against me, and I'm in big trouble. So I've got a 3-month good behavior bond, and so like I can't get done again in 3 months' time, or I get an official strike, and I'm fucking, you know, there goes the channel after a few of these, and we're already on touchy territory anyway. So I don't want to harm the channel. I'll shut up. No. You can say Luigi. Apparently you can say that, but like, you know, you can't say other stuff. And I wasn't even saying too much. Actually, I just had a picture of his face in the background of a short. Didn't even speak about him or the event. Just had his face in the background. And I got picked up. So I don't know if I've been reported like by some disgruntled user out there who's just like, oh, how dare you, like kind of thing. But yeah, I've I've been picked up now. So like talking about lists and stuff like that, I'm definitely on a list somewhere, and all of you are, if you're wondering. Yeah. I think I remember hearing Pepe Escobar saying that Chinese politicians and scholars noting that Trump, Vance, and those around him are surprisingly dumb, to put it politely. Yeah, well, I've been doing a bit of research actually on the whole Chinese political situation, their assessment of the US and the end of the West. And like, yes, their assessment of the situation as Marxist Leninists, hardcore Marxist Leninists, they see these free marketeurs in this like revolving door political system that is the American liberal democratic form, the two-party system, and they think the whole thing is pretty dumb, actually. So, you can only go up from there when discussing people like Trump and JD Vance at the same time. But anyway, here we are. So shall we? Let's go see what ye old Albanese has to say about the march. Like we all know, I think we all are across it. I was at the march. I was at the March for Australia, Sydney version, and it was an interesting affair, to say the least. Not what I expected in terms of numbers, and like I really just thought it was going to be a bunch of, I guess, white supremacists mostly, but it was not that at all. It was a family affair almost, and there were just a lot of people that have very general and persistent working class grievances. They're worried about the cost of living. They're worried about inflation. They're worried about why infrastructure provision isn't ramping up to keep up with, the modernization of the world. And, those are all valid concerns. However, I think they've been completely displaced by and deflected, thanks to right-wing views or mainstream media conversation, beat up sensationalism. They've been, channeled over there. Hey, go look, it's the migrants, or it's mass migration. That's the issue. I think they've just been channeled in the wrong direction. And this is our job, I think, on this channel, part of this movement, is to redirect the energy, like doing some Tai Chi or something like that. We're going to redirect the energy of the working class onto the fights that will be substantive, as opposed to like just us being split and fighting amongst each other. Which is unfortunate, but yeah, the vibe there was people are just, they're concerned with the state of affairs. Unfortunately, they've just been told that this is the solution, like mass migration. If you just cut back on immigration, like all of Australia's problems are just going to disappear. Like it's all going to be okay. Like we could do it tomorrow, just close everything and Australia will turn into some fucking utopia. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. But I guess it's easy. And like in the sea of confusion about what to do in this strange capitalist world that we live in, where pressures come from all angles. That's right. Us in the working class, we get pumped from all sides. In that very confusing affair of getting absolutely reamed from everywhere, you cling to something. And many of these people, I think, have been told to cling to this, that, yes, it's other working people that don't have the same cultural background as you, all the same skin color, they're the real problem. And they're clinging to that one. Because like when I interviewed a lot of these people, they could articulate what their real problems were, like their material problems, their economic problems, but they couldn't really draw that line and pin it exactly on why migrants were the problem. But they knew that's what they had to say. So, you would make a good yoga instructor talking about redirecting energy. That's what it's about, man. I'm telling you, I'm going there. I think I got it right in the stream before the march that they mostly regular people that fell for the lowest effort talking about. Yeah, 100% fucking talk about low hanging fruit, right? Like you could really just talk about some real big structural issues and like talk about policy, which is boring as fuck. Or you could just be like, hey you, fresh off the boat guy, what are you doing here? So like that's so much easier, right? And yes, people tend to gravitate towards the easier stuff. Mr. E Pilates hour, stretch for me guru. Well, maybe instead of playing Rome Total War today, later, I can just stretch in front of the camera. Sure, people will love that. Breathe out the reaction. Breathe in the revolutionary. Breathe out the reactionary. Is so good. All right. I'm gonna stop. We're gonna listen to Albo talking and giving us the centrist politician, the safe as House's response to what is particularly, which has been brandished as a neo-Nazi affair, and then let's just play it safe and just call the whole thing a hate, a hate rally or something like that. Which again, you've seen the interviews. I'm sure most of you have. I did a cut of it yesterday so people would actually just have a look at it. Like the people that I interviewed were generally not that way inclined. And so it's just, cheap politics and cheap media. It's cheap media stuff. Like from these people just to be like, oh yeah, it's all just hate. It was all just hate. But there's a lot of working people out there that have big concerns here. So let's have a look at it. Hold in those dialectical thoughts for 10 seconds. All right, let's do it.
After the massive rallies this weekend and a big debate about what they mean, the Prime Minister is my guest this afternoon. Prime Minister, welcome.
Good afternoon, Patricia.
Do you think there were good people with legitimate concerns at these anti-immigration rallies this weekend?
Of course, there's always good people will turn up to demonstrate their views about particular issues. But what we have here is neo-Nazis being given a platform. That's what we saw on the weekend, and the tone, of course, of much of the rallies was unfortunate is the best way that you could put it, but hateful in some of the extreme examples. And the idea that an open neo-Nazi was able to give a speech from the steps of the Victorian Parliament is something that isn't the Australian way.
See, here's the counter argument, okay? And let's get philosophical, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I heard people speaking about this at the rally, and there was this one open mic person they got up at the end who seemed really out of place there. I don't know what she was talking about, this woman, but she seemed to be, well, she had a very thick accent, but the right skin color, and so they accepted her to speak at that point. But basically people were booing her, and this guy was like, hey, everyone, freedom of, what did he say? Freedom of expression, allow her to speak, kind of thing, etc., etc. I know what he's saying. We can't let neo-Nazis, platform at Parliament House and talk. But again, in the marketplace of ideas, in a democratic and free society, do you just let people speak and air their issues in said marketplace of ideas, or do you suppress them? Do you say, no, your thoughts are too dangerous, you can't speak here? And that's a question to you. You answer that question. Do you let these people speak? Do you allow them to get a PA system and a microphone and speak? If it's hate-filled, if it's just wrong, do you say, no, you're not allowed to say that? And that is, unfortunately, shutting stuff like that down is illiberal. It is anti-liberalism. And liberalism is built foundationally on the ideas of tolerance and freedom of expression. And that you want people to speak because in a public forum, like what I saw, what I saw at the rally was when people don't agree, they're like, boo, fuck off, you neo-Nazi, you're trash. And they start heckling them. So people get tested in this arena, and if people don't like it, they get knocked down a few pegs because people just think they are too outrageous, and they think they're pretty pathetic. And there was a bit of that going on, I must say, when I saw it. People were like, you guys suck, boo. And it was their little core, all dressed in black, little neo-Nazi core kind of thing that was able to kind of, protect their own. But outside of that little core area, there was a lot of disunity going on there. But do you chastise people and say, oh, these people you know, they should never have gotten on the steps of Parliament House. Yeah, the Nazis got booed hard. I don't know if you guys could hear that on the mic. I was trying to draw people's attention to it, but people were just like, and at the end, I thought it was just the hardcores that were left over. But like people were like all around me were kind of like from over there and then over there, and people were like, boo, get this fucking neo-Nazi off the stage. This was a good march. You're fucking ruining it and stuff like that. So it was interesting to see, again, in the marketplace of ideas, in a rally that was full of hate and all that sort of stuff, these people getting shot down by their own, it would seem, or people that generally, like in accordance with this march anyway, very much align with their overall ideology, just not the extremity of it, the radical element of it. Sweet, that's good. It is. It's good. It was good to see, because I was like, oh my god, they're just letting this, like this is it. This is where it gets proper, you know, like white supremacists here. It was going off, and I was like, oh my god, this, we're just gonna have to sit here and watch this. And I was trying to be the, you know, the good impartial streamer, just like listening without getting involved. No way, fuck these fascists. Giving them a platform means they have won. They can spread their ideas even if they are lies and wrong. It plants the seed into people's minds. There are many people who won't see through these ideas and end up believing them, even just a little. It only needs a small group like this to begin creating a political movement. And this is, I'm reading off the stream chat if you're wondering, so you can go to the Discord and check it out yourself. And so the lib shill woman interviewed even said that the crowd dispersed when the Nazis started talking in Sydney. Yes, she did know that. We were speaking about that, actually. Yes, I agree with this guy. So yeah, there you go. So no, don't give him a platform. And that's the anti-fascist way, is you knock these people out, and so you take these people out, and you don't give them any chance to get any hold over society, because the argument is, we have seen where it goes when these people do get a hold of society. Might I remind you of a place called Italy and Germany in the 1920s and 30s. So that's the anti-fascist vibe, is you do not allow these people any platform or any opportunities at all. So again, this is very much up for debate, but I can tell you from personal experience, it was very satisfying seeing in their own arena these people being shot down and basically told to move on. At the end, they didn't stand there and shake hands with people. They were not welcome, it would seem, in the general crowd, and the police kind of escorted them off anyway. They weren't allowed to really hang out. But like, you know, is that the type of society that you want to encourage, where people are not given the opportunity to speak and go underground? It's a massive question. It's a massive question. Dilemmas in the House, I disagree. Given the turnout, it seems like people aren't buying the narrative anymore, including media saying it was all... Yeah, I'm surprised, actually, a bit about some of the rhetoric anyway that's coming out, like it was all a neo-Nazi kind of event. Yeah, it just seems, it's just easy for the media to be sensationalist. So easy. Joined. Squeeb. Did we get rid of Albo? Did he step down? What's the news? Well, like, you know, at that march, people were definitely calling for him to step down. That was so intense. Like the hate for this guy at that place was absolutely incredible. It was so crazy. Like I said, if he had rocked up, they would have lynched him for sure. They would have hung him off a tree. And like, I'm not even exaggerating here. It was, you could taste it in the air. It was mental. Indoctrination. So how do we all feel about letting people like Thomas Steele speak, then using that platform to rally people to attack First Nations people who weren't even a part of this at all? I guess when you connect the two like that, then, you know, you have to, I guess, really demonstrate how those two things are connected exactly. You could argue that they would have done that sort of stuff anyway, but like, you know, it's a good point. No one seems to notice that the Nazis were wearing the Viet Cong uniform with the black pajamas. Maybe the NSN needs to do some more critical noticing. Yeah, the fact that Sewell was welcomed there is a massive red flag. See, this is like, and someone from Melbourne's going to have to tell us this, but it would seem like they had pushed their way through the streets and gotten to that platform. But they did have a police escort there, and they were like riot police and stuff. So it did look sus that they had allowed them to have a platform in a prominent position. Because the Sydney one was not, again, like that. They did not allow the neo-Nazis to speak at all. Again, they went to an open mic session. It was so obvious that like the open mic section was just an excuse to allow people that weren't allowed to register to speak to register. So the Victorian police must have a very different system to the New South Wales police, because the New South Wales police seemed to have not. If they were registered speakers, maybe they wouldn't have allowed the event to go ahead, and so they just had an open mic session, and then these people started speaking and spreading their ideas. Open mic at the comedy club. It was a bit like that. I was like, what are you talking about when they said it? I was like, are you sure you guys want to do this? And like, it didn't disappoint in that sense. Voltaire, label the honest people that are actually concerned about the cost of living as Nazis, and just watch them dig harder into the right-wing echo chambers. Yeah, interesting. Being in alt-right groups since 2016, they are good at propaganda during crisis. It's interesting, and like, we need to be good at propaganda during a crisis. That's what the working class does need. Abalava, if I was at one of these marches, I would have theoretically and potentially, I don't know that acronym, BTFO, all of them. Oh, right, okay, I think I got that one actually. Yeah, well, I didn't see any anti-fascist opposition in Sydney, but that seems to be exactly what was going down. New South Wales, you have to register to process. Victoria, you don't. They still got a platform. They were able to speak. So, Kai Campaname, you're not serious, right? If someone is allowed a platform and position, if you are in communication with Nazis, allowing them to rally, you are on their side. If you went to these marches, if you spouted their dog whistles, you fell for their propaganda. Yeah, fair enough. Fair point. Everyone has their opinion on this one. A very divisive topic, this one. Do you allow free speech or not? Who would have thought that this discussion is controversial? Who would have thought? I'm going to be watching the next NSN podcast to see how they congratulate each other and finger pop each other's buttholes. Yeah. Interesting. All right, let's get back to it, shall we?
Liberal frontbencher Jacinta Nampijinpa-Price said she wants to congratulate the marchers and that the vast majority were people who love this country. Is that how you saw it?
Well, I did see her comments, and they don't reflect what my view of these rallies were. We need to cherish who we are and social cohesion. And as public office holders, we have an important role to play in promoting unity, national unity. And modern Australia is different, as I said in question time today, from the days of the White Australia policy. We're a modern nation that has benefited from our multiculturalism, that overwhelmingly people live in harmony of different ethnicities, different religions, different backgrounds, and we're enriched by the diversity in this country. We need to show respect for each other. And there will always be people who seek to say, look, your lot in life could be better, and it's because of people who don't look like you. Now, a whole range of people, it's legitimate, of course, to have a debate.
So you think it is based on economic grievance, the numbers we saw, the vast majority of people who turned up?
Well,
so based on economic grievance. Oh my God. People are pissed off. Seriously. People are really pissed off at the moment. about the way of the world. And this is a Western phenomena at large. Just look at what is happening around the place, and it's economic. And like everyone like in the bourgeois world is just like, do you really think that economics have an impact on people and gets them upset? Like, come on. Yes. This is how people survive in this world.
They weren't big numbers in the scheme of things in a nation of almost 27 million people, let's be clear here.
So you do think this is a tiny proportion of the Australian population that has this anti-immigration sentiment?
That shows that was the case. And there's always been an element of people who would appeal to any immigration as a platform. But migration has, of course, brought a great deal of benefit to our nation, with the exception of First Nations people, where all either migrants or the descendants of migrants. This is an interview between someone called Carvelis and someone called Albanese, not Smith and Jones.
Albanese, that's how you say it. Interesting. I've always wondered what his pronunciation of this was. It was well known that the organizers of those marches were friends with Nazi members, worked with Nazi members, and some of them were literally Nazi members. I don't know how people can't see this. It's online. If Thanos had the power to half immigration, he also has the power to double the resources. You look fully sick. I'm here just to watch a transfer. My grandmother went to the marches saying that she was marching for her own beliefs. I had to explain that if you are marching under another's banner, your beliefs don't matter. Well, this is strong opinion. No wriggle room there, even for Nana. Honestly, when it comes to this stuff, I go back to the Hippocratic Oath of doctors, psychs, and even reporters. Japan even had their own anti-immigration immigrant march recently. When somebody says it's raining and the other person says it's not, your job is to report both sides. It's your job to go outside and see if it's bloody raining or not and report accordingly. That's interesting. It's still just the same shit that we've been sold since the 70s. You hear Margaret Thatcher talking the same points on immigration as people speaking at these retiree outings marches. You know, that was surprising. I don't know who put me onto it. Was it Jungle Potatoes? I think it was Jungle Potatoes. It was like, can you fucking interview someone that is young out there? And then when he said that, it took me like 40 minutes to actually get onto a young person at the rally. It took me, like a while to get to someone that was under 30, as Jungle Potatoes, I think, had requested. Those boomers got duped, which is wild considering that only 3% of Japan are foreigners. It is actually, and it's just it shows you the rhetoric, right? Someone's the scapegoat. Albo's a wanker. Him being a wanker doesn't mean we should allow Nazi views. People unfortunately just have fallen to the propaganda of putting all the blame on one singular cause for the housing crisis. It's crazy seeing this sentiment even in every Western country. Yeah, and like I've been watching stuff.com Voltaire a lot to try and keep up with NZ affairs these days, and it's like so similar. All the stuff about like inflation, cost of living crisis, and the housing crisis is a big one. So like, you know, then she turned out to be a liberal shill. Yeah, she did. And most know it's government policy problem. Mass migration has just happened to be the first rally to address it. Yeah. And it's, got to redirect that energy. But like, here's the $1 million question that people are still squabbling over here. Free speech or no free speech? Seems like Kay is definitely on the no free speech. Avalava, no free speech for fascists. I don't think I've got anyone that's saying, yeah, free speech all the way, actually. People are like, shut it down. Legolas, shut it down. It's really hard watching family members slowly drift farther to the right. Pretty scary watching them become closer to losing the plot. Yeah. I've heard this from so many others. I'm team free speech. Yeah, there we go. So we do have a divide in here. It's an interesting conversation. But like, let me just say this, okay? Let me just say this. It is the government, it would seem, that decides what is acceptable conversation and not at these rallies. And so if they do determine that neo-Nazis are unacceptable, they will also at some point determine that communists and socialists are unacceptable, or revolutionaries are unacceptable, or anyone who is considered a radical. Anyone who is considered a radical. So keep that in mind, that once they use the call, like Trump, we saw recently, reclassified the cartels themselves to be considered terrorist, foreign terrorist organizations, so he could justify a war on somebody else's soil, a fucking war in Mexico, invasion coming. Once the government starts classifying things, they can use it to knock stuff out. And so it is slippery slope stuff, if you know what I mean. It's like comedy. It's like comedy. You can speak to Jordan Shanks about this one. It's either you're allowed to laugh about everything, or you can't laugh about everything. It's an age-old conundrum for the comedian out there. And I just say, I think it's very analogous in this situation. Kai says free speech is the ability to critique the government and others. That's okay. That's free. That's free speech in the American sense. Freedom of expression. Then let's use the right terminology if you want. And then freedom of free speech is the ability to critique the government. Yes. Yes, and that is just an American phenomenon too. It's not enshrined in anyone else's constitutions. The only thing that is actually enshrined in terms of human rights is in the UN, which is, yes, freedom of expression. And even that has caveats on it. Freedom of expression is not acceptable if it constitutes any type of threat to the safety or the order of governance. So even freedom of expression has conditions. It has conditions. It's not unalienable. It's not at all. It has disclaimers. And that suits, I would say, the state apparatus just fine. And guess who benefits from the rule of the state apparatus, ladies and gentlemen? It is the class that is typically in control in our society. In the mode of production based on capital, it is typically the capitalist class. The state, in that sense, will be serving the interests of capital. So just remember that. Remember that. As we squabble amongst ourselves. The Victorian state is communist. Ron. Tell us, please. Tell us. I'd like to know, Ron, honestly. And this is honest. I would really like to know why the Victorian state is communist. The more you dismiss people, the more they feel they have the potential to become Nazis, the more they feel like they have nowhere else to go but the Nazis. This is a phenomenon. For people suppressed, like I said, things will go underground. Do you think that it's like cutting these people off from a platform will just stop them from doing this? They'll just go underground. And anyone who feels like they've been marginalized will be drawn to them even more closely than if they saw them get hammered in the public realm. Then like maybe they'd be like, oh, that is a pretty shitty idea actually. Maybe I won't go there. Everyone thinks that that's pretty poor. Our parents may disapprove of us marrying same-sex progressive views, but in 20 years we will be the far right for not agreeing with our kids marrying ChatGPT. Can you imagine that? Yeah, like in 20 years time people are going to be debating that. Oh, what, you don't like the fact that I have an AI girlfriend? Well, fuck you. Like, don't be a snob. But like, it's bad for you. Don't you want to have a real human companion? Yeah, you just don't get it. You're just too old, man. It's a good point, Mystery. Once the genie is out of the bottle, you can censor things and you can't put it back. I actually agree with Isaac Butterfield's take, all for free speech. But once you use the speech platform to promote or rally for violence towards people, then lock them up. Ah, yes. Well, that's fair enough. That's fair enough, actually. When it comes to this type of speech inciting violence, I think that's actually a good factor that we should be discussing here. Like this conversation, this philosophical discussion that is happening right now in the stream, which I'm really proud of. Everyone's getting all philosophical right now. this does not move into the territory of inciting violence. That's another conversation altogether. This is just about whether people should be able to speak and view and air their political views. Because, before we had liberal society, and this is a real thing, right? Before we had the liberalized world, you could not speak politically. No one could speak. No one could speak. All right? The king, your ruler, whoever it was, they completely decided. And if you said something they didn't like, they killed you or they locked you up in a prison for life or something like that. So, up until this point, civilization has not had the chance to allow people to speak about things openly because of fear of being wiped out by a ruling class of people. And so this is a huge phenomenon. And with great power comes great responsibility. So we have to, yes, use our speech responsibly. But do we not let people, do we exclude some people from speaking? It's a big conversation. It's a massive conversation. The government are scared because we came together and will continue to. That's a fair point. Governments do hate people amassing around certain things. I'm full-blown CC'd. Started with a harmless comment with no buzzwords, still can't get through. Jerry Poppins. That's unfortunate. I did it. I'm fully censored. Haven't been able to get a single comment onto YouTube. All I initially said was, I don't see what the problem is. I love takeout. I'm officially too much for YouTube. I can't believe that got censored because that's pretty indirect, right? What you're basically saying is hey, let's have immigrants because, everybody needs DoorDash. I'm pretty sure that's the insinuation there. Jerry Poppins. Everyone needs Uber Eats, right? What would society be like in 2025 if we didn't have people delivering food? Eh? Jerry Poppins. Can't believe you. Yeah, the stream's going nuts today. Wings of cheese. It's all. This is the marketplace of ideas. Free speech is implied in Australia. No, that's not true. We're perfectly allowed to criticize the state here. So then, how is Dan and Jacinta not communist? I'd like to know. Have you seen the laws they are making around taxation, farming, etc.? Well, not particularly. Is this a far left channel? So commie, in other words. Is this a far left channel? It will look, by your description, if you think that a country like Australia, that is a definite free market economy, is communist, then you're definitely going to think this is a far left channel, 100% wrong. Yeah, because we have very different definitions of communism, I think. But I'll be hurt. But can I marry my OS system? You can. Why not? And people in the future are going to think you're mega progressive. Yeah, I think we have different definitions of communism. So, 100%. I love hearing dumb take spoken with utter confidence. Let bigots be dingots. Would marry a clanker be okay with growth fads are invented to gestate infants? Oh my God. They're doing that, right? I was looking at some new technology that's coming out of China, and they do actually have, they call them AI surrogates, and they are going to be producing humans, I think, in the not too distant future, AI surrogate mothers. It's a crazy world, man. It's a crazy world. We live in a world of if and not a world of that or this. If we can have a variation of free speech with controls, the slippery slope idea can be used for literally any. That's why it's stupid. Fair enough. I mean what I said, there are plenty of interesting stories at the march for Australia that mystery went to. Had to be Jerry. Yeah, I know, getting censored. Rules are important to a society. I think everyone understands that until it comes to debating beliefs. It's just like we kept marriage but removed 90% of the previous ideas that came with it. We didn't have to remove it because we live in and a society not or society. Indian and other Asian grocery stores have the meanest deals on Whole Foods. I didn't say that. More Marxist gaslighting. You didn't say what? Oh, I'm the only one who still drives a pickup to pick up food. No, it's not me. It's the kids that are out of touch. I do. I still, like, mine's more about, like, I don't like people collecting my data, and so I don't want these corporations taking all of my, understanding my most intimate eating habits, though they probably know so much about me anyway. But, like, yeah, I don't use all of those apps because, yeah, I don't want them to collect data on me. I don't want them to know all of my movements, just most of my movements, not all of them. Mystery, that was your private purchase of a surrogate companion. Would you like to know more? Any more CC links to share? Yeah, actually, Voltaire got done back at 11:30. What'd you say? Labeled honest people that are actually concerned about the cost of living as Nazis, and just watch them dig harder into the right-wing echo chamber. Yeah, that is a problem. That's a compounding issue. If you tell people that rock up to these events that actually have genuine concerns about, like, working class issues like infrastructure provision, cost of living crisis, inflation, the drop in the living standard, and then tell them that they're Nazis, then they'll be like, well, fuck, I'm a Nazi then. Yeah, I think that's a really good point, actually. That's why you got to keep a smooth and level head when you're doing this stuff. Keep thinking that China's one-child policy was social engineering to create a generation of young men with no ladies to channel their energy into, and when men don't fuck, they fight. Huh. My God, what a I have some tinfoil hat stuff going on, but that's an interesting one right there. Do you think that AI will be designed to be really argumentative and passive aggressive in 10 years? It depends how much control they have. That's why I keep saying, man, you got to seize the means. Like, the only remedy to the techno-feudal future that we're going to be living in, wings of cheese, the only remedy to that is seizing the means. If you nationalize it, fine, but I prefer that it be controlled by the people that, like, think about it, like the armies of engineers and computer scientists out there producing this technology. Let them control it, not fucking Google or Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk or something like that. Let them control it. Plug. There are new people. Yeah, thank you, Forias. Good call. Now, introduce yourself. Now, if you've been wondering where I'm jumping all over the chat, we have a Discord here. So go and drop your propaganda over there and continue this discussion. This is where we have our marketplace of ideas. And here is my Patreon. And, go over here and join up for free so you can get notifications. But also, please, if you can contribute financially, I do need some assistance at the moment. The tech that is required to do all of these streams is amounting, and I need some assistance. So if you can financially support, please go over to the Patreon and help out any way you can. You used to be able to do super chats, but I got done by YouTube, so not anymore. Multiculturalism is the issue. Communism is the issue. Again, look, you're going to have to define communism because, Ron, I think we're using different versions of communism here. Because some people think that communism is just when the government does stuff, like, kind of thing. Or when people, I don't know, encroach on your rights because they are really, really progressive about certain things. Oh, Mr. Succulent Meal passed recently. Not sure the reference there. All right. Let's get back to it.
Or let alone First Nations names. And so we have in this country three great traditions. Of course, First Nations people, the great privilege we have. We have then the arrival of the British colony and what they brought, the Westminster system, a whole lot of those British-based traditions. And then throughout our history as well, we've had waves of migrants coming in, enriching our nation through their contribution to Australia.
Do you think there's growing resentment towards migration, and does it worry you?
I think that there has always been elements. I ran for President of Sydney in the SRC against someone called James Salim, a leader of National Action, on anti-Asians being kept out.
It's always been with us, but is it rising again? And does that worry you?
Well, what we need
She keeps cutting him off. I wanted to know where he's going with that Sydney Uni example. Far out.
to do is to be vigilant about it. What has occurred now is that it's much easier to organise through social media, through platforms, and easier as well for people to have their views reinforced.
See, this is the conversation, right? And like, you know, me and Jag have spoken a bit about this. Like, is social media really the thing here? Like, he's calling it out. He's saying these marches are happening because of social media. And if social media is the curated dictatorship of the proletariat in action, like if you wanted a case study on how that may be, like this is what working people do. They coalesce around interests and issues that they think are attached to their grievances and their problems. And, you know, this unrest, let's call it civil unrest, is being fueled on social media at the moment. This is a landscape that the politicians are finding it very, very difficult to traverse at the moment. They don't know how the conversations are being played out because it takes on a life of its own. It really does. Mark Oliveira, capitalism is an ideology. Capitalism.
Forced, often of which are based upon things which aren't just fact, like our net overseas migration is falling. It fell substantially in 2024. Of course, there were going to be an increased number after the lockdown of our entire
This is an
continent
interesting point
that occurred.
Because we researched this last week. So like in, what was it, 2022? I think it was. There was like 500,000 migrants that had come in to the country over the year 2022 to 2023, and then it dropped to like 200,000, then 180,000, and like it's stayed at that type of mark. So that is a significant reduction. And when I was walking around interviewing people, I was like, what do you want? Like, and people were able to tell me that 500,000 was a problem. I think it was actually two people. The guy with all the Australian gear from head to toe, and then there was another guy at the end who was just like drinking in the park, a young dude actually, and like he was just getting pissed, and he was like, yeah, there's like half a million people that came in here in 2025, and yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not. It was like 2022 or something, but no one could tell me a level that they wanted it to be at. There was, I think someone had said like something around like maybe 100,000. That was the closest I got to an answer. Again, but like these people were, you know, happy to have a level of migration. They just thought that it being too large was an issue for them. So, you know, we did the research, and he's right. It's dropped dramatically, like more than half. And so, like the hypothetical is, do people really think that if you just literally closed the doors tomorrow, then all the problems would disappear? Like, really, would they disappear? I don't know. It's a big call. The scene in Sydney CBD soon after the anti-immigration people, all the people wearing Australian flags at Yum Cha, so good. I think, Mark, you told me about that. You showed me that first. LOL. Albo seems to get it, at least from this interview. He gets what? Like, as in, like, he's straddling the line and he's talking about the right issues and stuff like that. If that's what you mean. They aren't racist. Them said that. Probably ordered the Mongolian lamb. So funny. Oh, it's going off at the moment about in the chat here. Talking about what the definitions of socialism and communism and capitalism is, I guess. I've missed this conversation.
During
message
COVID.
to these people, we're getting the numbers down?
Well, we are getting the numbers down, but migration also is important, and multiculturalism is a part of who we are as a modern nation. And I just say to people and I have no doubt that there would have been good people who went along, heard about a rally.
I think that's the real point for me, Avalava, if that's what you're talking about. He's like, look, there are good people that went along to this rally, because I went along to this rally as well, and there were plenty of just normal people that are just generally concerned out there. So like, I think that's the best acknowledgement that's come out of his little speech so far. It's difficult. It's not black and white. It's not just full of neo-Nazis running around everywhere. There were just normal people out there that are generally concerned. And hello, they fucking should be, because this is what we get from not only a mode of production based on capital, but like years and years of fucking neoliberal policy. You know, it's completely redistributed the wealth away from the working and the middle classes upwards. And then there's no tax base, and so everyone's in debt, and no one wants to spend anything improving countries anyway. So people are rightly pissed off about that, I think. But like, you know, I think he's playing the line, as a politician usually does, I guess.
I've seen them talk about long housing queues for rentals. They're concerned about their access to housing.
Of course. But you should have a look at who you're with on Sunday, I think, and the motivation that they have, which isn't actually about housing or our economy or anything else. It's about sowing division. And neo-Nazis have, no role. The fact that people are openly
What did you think of what they did at Camp Sovereignty in Melbourne, where they went and destroyed that?
Well, it's just exactly. Here you have people who are saying they're against migration. Well, the first Australians were here before any migrant or descendant of migrants, and that just has no place. That sort of violence has no place.
Let me ask you about this. Yesterday, Julian Leeser told my colleague he stood by his statement that there was a direct line between your government's UN voting record and the...
I've got the 7 kids guy, and they won't be able to afford to live in my suburb. Yeah, that guy was interesting. That guy was very interesting, actually, because I tried to speak to his kids, actually. There were 2, I was looking on the hunt for, like, young people. And, like, I was like, hey, can you talk? And he was like, oh, no, speak to my dad. And, like, he was just like, yeah, I want them to live where I... And he said he was from northwestern Sydney, I think. I think that's what he said. Yo, Basin 7. I don't know if you've been to a live stream before. If this is your first time, let us know. It's nice to have you. Welcome, welcome.
The attacks we've seen the arson attack on the Adass Israel synagogue. Now, ASIO says that Iran is responsible, but still Julian Leeser has stood by his comments. He says... I'm not going down this rabbit hole.
No, thank you. No, thank you. All right, that's it. I'm done. If they're going to start speaking about ASIO and what's happened with Iran, we can have that conversation on another day. Another day. How do you have 7 kids and afford to live in any half-decent suburb? Yeah, when he said that, he was just like, yeah, I got 7 kids. I was like, don't respond. Just let him talk. I really wanted to be like, fuck me dead. Hey? Do they not have television where you come from? Maybe you don't have access to the internet. 7 kids. My God. He was, yeah. Good on you, buddy. Good on you. Well, if ASIO says it, it must be true. Yeah, I know, right? I know. It definitely seems like that. Yeah, I'm still speculating on that one, man. Like massively about the whole ASIO situation and like why they really did that. And it's all part of the whole anti-Semitism debate and like using that as weaponry to shut conversations down. Shut any conversations down. See, like we've been having this conversation. Like that's a perfect example. Is that like anything that is associated with supporting Palestine has been brandished anti-Semitism, or anything that is not supportive of Israel. Let's make it even more broad than just supporting Palestinians and their rights. Let's say anything that's anti-Israel is brandished as anti-Semitism. This is wars of language here. This is what we've been speaking about. And then you can't talk about it. You can't talk about it because it's, hey, that's anti-Semitism. You can't speak bad about Israel, even when they are doing things like they're literally doing genocide, and you can't talk about it. You're not allowed to speak. So like this is a fucking complicated issue, and like the slippery slope argument is not that far fetched. I must say, and like it happens here every day, every stream we do. People get censored, and they get censored for some pretty light stuff. So if you think that it's the slippery slope argument, honestly, is not a real argument, it's already happening, man. We have a dedicated censored comment stream because some people have either been earmarked by the algorithm, they can't speak freely, or the algorithm itself and the people of Google or wherever have decided what language is acceptable in terms of their community guidelines. And so speech is getting censored heavily. Anything to do with Palestine is Marxist. Right, you must be having a go, Ron. You must be just here to troll. Palestine, that like that is an actual, it's a place, right? It can't be Marxist. Palestine is a place, and it's like it's a group of people that are inside that territory. Oh man, come on. Palestine has been a place for well over 1,000 years, bro. Political dissidence is shut down a bit differently, usually in the West. You still have police, but ultimately you derail the debate if you don't need to have police fire on your own people. No place. No such place as the Gulf of Mexico. It's the war on language. So good. Hello. It's the Gulf of America. You can't just change the name and replace the location. Hegel, Marx, and Engels are great to read, Ron. I'm not here to troll. Oh, okay. God gave that land to Israel around 4,000 years ago. Well, look, depending on how you interpret history, I guess you're not wrong. It just depends what text you're relying on, I guess. Troll. Well, people think you're a troll, man. But just because people think that doesn't mean you are one. And that's why everyone's free to express themselves. Hence the conversation that we're having. I've read Marx and Engels. Interesting. Let us know which or what pieces of literature from Marx and Engels have you read? I would like to know more. Half the time I think I don't notice I was censored, and sometimes I can't be found posting my censored comment because it was so tame. See, like we can't even talk about like really tame stuff. I will never get over when me and 4IS were doing the coverage of the election, the federal election, and because we were naming politicians, or people were naming politicians in the chat because it was an election special, that was getting censored. Like the censorship is out of control. Like it is literally out of control. Jokes on the world. Jokes on you. The world didn't exist 4,000 years ago. Oh my God. It's hilarious. That's so good. Anyway. All right. We are going to drop this one. But first of all, because this is topical at the moment, someone put this in the chat. Who was it? I was like, hey, check out this rabbit hole. Let me have a look to see who wrote this. Sam. And I don't know if Sam's new to the Discord or not, but like Sam went down a rabbit hole in the Discord, and it was along the lines of checking out what Australia would be like. Let's go through some crazy hypothetical situations today, but like what would Australia look like if the neo-Nazis actually took power? Like this platform that they have gotten that everyone is very concerned about, like it actually took hold, and like what would it look like? And people have already been like on fandom, have already been like doing this. They've already been thinking this one through. So this is what would happen. Scenario Imperialist Oceania. Like, this is like some 1984 Orwellian stuff. So Sam, if you're watching this, like, thanks for the link, because this is a very interesting thought experiment territory stuff right here. Let me just say, but like, this is what it would look like. Look at that. So if Australia was to ever go or be part of a nationalist socialist consortium, a federation in this part of the Pacific, then like, this is what it'd be like. And it's there's some workers reference right there. Look at the hammer and the sword, and it's a eureka symbol. This is crazy. So Sam, you went on a crazy rabbit hole, can I just say? But that page is very short. Oh yeah. Oh, so you're okay, right? Got it. Sorry, it's hard to get all the pseudonyms together. But like, yeah, you went on a fucking rabbit hole. And like, this is crazy, right? People are already thought experimenting this. The National Socialist Australian Workers' Party, commonly referred to as the Nazis of Australia, is founded after two oceanic National Socialist political parties, the National Socialist Fijian Workers' Advocacy and the Australian National Socialist Front. Is this legit? Do you actually think there's a National Socialist Fijian Workers' Advocacy? I wonder how like the original National Socialists felt about Fijians, like Fijians and Fijian Indians being like into their whole like Nazi stuff. And the Australia merged to form one political party in Australia. The primary objective of the foundation of this new party was the establishment of the Australian realm and the advocacy for continental white supremacy. I don't know if you can have white supremacy in Fiji. I don't know if that's a thing that works. The headquarters for this new political party were originally built in Hobart. Why Hobart? Is that a base for it? However, moved to Sydney following their victory in the 2073 federal elections. The founding of the party was met with heavy criticism and negative feedback from the political community of Australia. See, this is it. So this is where your concern comes from. If you give people a platform, like this is by 2073, you got federal elections, and this party will come to power, and the rest is history. The rest is history. There it is. So, yuck. What's with the sword? I don't know. This one stood out to me because I'm already in support of Pacific Island Union. Yeah, interesting, right? Rhodesia Fantasyland. Icy Skate on fire. Because Hobart is the capital of incest. Oh my god. Interesting. Very interesting. Why can't I see that stuff on? Why can't I see the actual chat from Twitch? Bazon7, I'd love to join your live streams whenever you're streaming. Would love to know your stream schedule, me on Discord. Oh, look, come and join us on Discord. Like, if you haven't already, I'll try and add you later. But, like, add me. And my stream schedule depends where you're coming from, Bazon7, if you're still listening. If you're coming from Australia, then it's basically 11 a.m. starts every weekday. And special streams on the weekend, depending on where it is and what section of the working class is upset at a certain point in time. It's a CC. Yeah, there's a lot of racial tensions because of the native Fijian population and the Indo-Fijian population that have been used by white supremacists to keep both populations under their control. There you go. Built in Hobart because they love their white down there. Go on a trip and note the demographic. They really did kill them all. Jerry Poppins, dark, bro, dark. But like, you know, the truth though, it hurts. I left for 15 minutes and came back and I'm still in the naughty corner. Yeah, you're getting naughty cornered, bro. Did someone get CC'd again? Chairman of the court. Oh no, he got through, bro. I saw it. I saw it, Jerry Poppins. I know what you're up to, Squeeb. Can't say inbred in brackets. The brackets doesn't work anymore. A mystery proceeds to take 3 hours to explain time zones. Excuse me. Yeah. Uh, excuse me. All right, we are shifting gears, unless people are not over this philosophical discussion on free speech or freedom of expression, etc., etc. If people are not over this conversation, then I guess we can keep it going. But yeah, I want to change courses here, and get into what's going on with the whole situation surrounding the emperor, the god emperor himself. Oh, here we go. I got one more I got Avalava. He understands, and the public opinion machine will smack him hard if he says anything they disagree with. Oh yeah. Yeah, but like they're always on an uphill battle when it comes to public opinion and the media generally. And it's always under the guise of like, a what's the word? Like a balanced approach to media. Like they always will take his opinions or his messaging and balance that with like the opposition. They're trying so hard to do that. Like the coalition is completely dead. Like it doesn't even exist anymore. And like they still try to find ways of getting their opinion on stuff that Albo's talking about or policy stuff. They don't even have really a solid leg to stand on. They get a balanced position on that one. God Emperor Trump. Yeah, we're gonna change. But actually, you know what? Just before we do that, I would actually like to do what we usually do, and this is courtesy of Wings of Cheese from back in the day. Check out what Sky News have said about this. I wonder what the Sky News take is on the March for Australia and the issue of the neo-Nazis. I wonder if they not support, but like, I wonder if they have any insight into the whole neo-Nazi situation. March for Australia. Sky News. Stop me if you see one that any conversation about migration is somehow racist. Dissecting the March for Australia. I can't watch 27 minutes of Sky News. I don't know if I can do that. Acceptable? Question mark. Unpacking the Sydney Harbour Bridge protests in March. That was 4 weeks ago. Interesting. If you talk like a Nazi and walk like a Nazi, you are a Nazi. Bashed their way into neo-Nazi gate crash march for... Oh, they think it's gate crashing. There you go. So that's their take. Let's have a listen. That's the Sky News take on this one.
Joining me now is Chief...
Oh, this chick. Oh my God. Your boy, hey? I know the chat loves this guy. Avi Yemeni. He's on Sky News. Fuck, that says enough, doesn't it? Oh, man. Oh, man. Fucking there it is. All right, let's see a bit of this. I don't know how much I can take. We'll watch a bit of this one. Yeah, Wings of Cheese, that's right. Homage to you, brother. You have changed the streams forever. We can't get away from Sky News now because of you. Sometimes, like, people in the chat, when you're not here, Wings of Cheese, it's just like, hey, can we do Sky News now, please? It is time. Ooh. My thing has crashed. Damn. Hopefully you guys are still there. I haven't lost you. Have to restart that. Oh, do you know why the CCP censors speech? They say it's because they understand how the US uses soft power and public opinion to promote their own interests, i.e. rainbow revolutions. Yes. And this. Yes, I do know that. I do know that. And like, what would you say, as the less dominant element in that dialectical relationship, I would say they have to censor speech. because then the Americans will get in there and tear apart or tear the CCP away from the Chinese people. That seems to be the American strategy when it comes to the CCP, because the CCP is obviously not representative of everyone. You're either in the party or you're not. And so if you can spread disharmony between the general population and the CCP, that is the death knell for the party, I would say. And so, yeah, they, in order to be able to survive in a capitalist world that is the imperial core is in the US, and they have the means to carry out all types of warfare, not just militaristic, not just overt warfare, then yes, they need to censor speech. But again, you don't have to think about it. Like, do you want to live in a society that is fully under the control of censorship because governments are scared of their people being, manipulated? Or do you want to have a population that can think for themselves and make the right choices? Like, it's really a vote of confidence in your people to make the right choices, right? Can they actually do the right thing when it comes to being in a democratic society? Will they make the right choices? I think you could really argue that people don't make the right choices. That happens time and time again, but others would argue, well, that's the price of democracy. Speaking of culture warrior hacks, anyone remember Milo? Yes. And he was big at the time of Trump's first, Trump 1.0, as opposed to Trump 2.0. Whatever happened to Milo? Dark enlighten me, oh genius, Farnhuffer. All right, let's listen to some Sky News on this one. They bashed their way into it. Now, that is not if you can see, that's the title of this one. The neo-Nazis bashed their way into, they gate crashed the March for Australia rallies. Now, that is not the understanding that I've got. From what I understand is they were seminal in organising this event. However, it took a life of its own, and other people outside of their little echo chambers got on and came along to the rallies. So they didn't gate crash it as such. They were the force that started it off, but it took a life of its own outside of just their little neo-Nazi agenda, it would seem. I found FJ's recent comments on his pod about China to be quite surprising. Oh, I actually don't know what his comments are about China, actually. Oh, right, because he just came back from China, right. Yes, interesting. Do you think Chinese people don't think for themselves? Well, if they're being censored, I think it's the CCP or the party that believes that they can't think or they shouldn't think for themselves because they need to be censored. So I think that's a bit of a miscommunication issue there then. That's not what I meant. I do think that they think for themselves, but they're obviously not allowed to express that if they do. There's a lot of control on what information that they can get. So I think they're more worried about them actually thinking for themselves. That would be the takeaway from that. Sky News Australia is a disgusting fascist liberal channel. Damn, that's a fucking interesting assessment. Like, you're going to love this one then, Ron. Most people seem to not care about politics. Even in China. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, that's generally how it is. Politics is boring.
Joining me now is Chief Rebel News Australia reporter Avi Yemeni. Avi, you were at the March for Australia in Melbourne. You were attacked when you attempted to ask questions of a small group of neo-Nazis who were causing disruptions at the protest. Let's have a quick look at a little of what happened. Avi, tell me about what happened there. Were you at all fearful when you approached those cosplaying Nazis?
To be honest, I wasn't even approaching the Nazis. We were there talking to people in the crowd, and people pointed out that they were there. Almost everybody we spoke to said that they don't like them, they have nothing to do with them. In fact, we've pulled out
Cosplaying
footage.
Nazis. I don't know if I can hear them speak about this. I'm sorry. It's too much. Whoa, look at this one. Had to translate that comment. So my son's thinking about doing trade and construction, and now they're talking about India to build more than 1 million homes in Australia after some training. This government's hatred of their own people is unbelievable. If you all watch his live, Avi and Rakshan clearly seen looking for trouble, and anyone that actually asked him a legitimate question, Avi walked away and changed the subject, just like Sky News. Typical small hat victimhood, screaming out in pain as you strike someone. Hey, there's Clippy. All right. Avi, I am Indian, and I can tell you that the majority of skilled tax-paying Indian immigrants have an opinion that mass migration immigration should be stopped, slowed down. Majority of Indians are anti-Palestine protests. I don't know what they're talking about. If you talk like a terrorist, walk with a terrorist, you should be treated like a terrorist. This is not the conversation I thought would be going on here. It's not the price. It's not the police or the law enforcement to blame. It's whacked out politicians who don't give up. Interesting. I don't want to watch Yavi on Sky News. Avi, sorry. I'd rather listen to somebody else on Sky News. Like one of the usual reporters. Jewish person surprised by Nazis at Nazi rally. I've been following Avi on YouTube like half a decade. Such a grifter. Avi is higher IQ than Trash Fire, and Avi has an IQ of less than 80. Damn, Ron, savage. My God. You're breaking the stream, brother. All right. Oh, real middle-class Australians marched for Australia. Oh, okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's see.
Welcome back to Darwin. Thank you so much for watching wherever you happen to be. You can always send me an email, right? paul@skynews.com.au. Love, hate, feedback, or let's change the subject. I don't mind. Send them away. I look forward to it. Ross Goodell is the National Senator from New South Wales. Nicholas Rees is the Lord Mayor of Melbourne. They will agree on not much, apart from it's great to be on the show this evening. Gentlemen, hello. All right, Senator, what did you think about the way that in the Senate today, the Greens tried to pretend that every single person who went anywhere near or agreed with anything to do with these marches was a racist, and that when the coalition tried to put in the right to free speech, it was defeated by the Senate today?
Well, the right of free speech only happens one way, apparently, and that's if you're carrying a flag that has red, black, white and green on it. But this is what we see here.
Scathing response
Australians
there.
out there. And you and I spoke last week, and we spoke about how we knew some of these people were going to come out. It was going to put a taint on it. We knew what the news stories would be. Then there were some very bad people that just saw this as an opportunity.
Okay, so this is the spin. It had nothing to do with neo-Nazis. They just rocked up. That's the spin. Because that is not the conversation that we've been having today. Because I have seen the same type of information that others have seen. I'm assuming that there were neo-Nazi affiliates anyway that were like started this conversation. Again, if it took a life of its own, but like if they were seminal or instrumental in starting off the idea for a march of this nature, then like that's not the line that's coming out of Sky News at the moment.
They pushed their agenda. They shouldn't have been there.
Oh, that's the chick. We saw her on the open mic. That's hilarious.
But the real mums and dads out there, they want a sense of equality. They're not being heard. They've got to say stuff. And we see them. We hear them. We want to be there for them. But equally, I think you and I both agree, there were some people that just should not be out there doing what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Nick, again, right? I mean, let's be really simple, right? If you want to dismiss a protest of people marching for their country, teachers, any sort of protest anywhere, if you can find the one sign that disqualifies everyone else there and changes the subject, then that is a tactic which is often used by people who seek to change the subject, right? I have tried to hold the common ground, which was to say, in the same way that the one person holding up the swastika was not a sign of all people who marched across the Sydney Harbour Bridge, would you not agree with me that the one person holding up the photo of the police killer in Victoria does not taint all of the people in all of the cities, Nick?
See, this is funny because if you remember them talking about the the Palestine march across the Sydney Harbour Bridge, it was just like, oh, there was someone with a Hamas flag. Did you not see that? There was someone with a Hamas flag. They're all supporting terrorists. They're all supporting terrorists. And like now the rhetoric is, oh, there was like one dude with a swastika out there, and like not everyone's a neo-Nazi. Come on, that is an outrageous opinion to have. Like, come on, how could you even think like that? It's fucking funny when the shoe's on the other foot. That's very interesting, actually. Maybe the message that was racist, even if not the reason why people held the view. Murdoch is a Freemason. You kids should look into Freemasonry. LOL, good point. It is though. That's what was happening in Wings of Cheese. They were like, there was one dude with a Hamas flag or something like that, and they were like, haha, this whole event is about supporting terrorism, and like, yeah, shoes on the other foot, and not happy. It's very interesting. I guess that's what happens when you're more of a ideologue as opposed to a journalist, I guess.
Look, I agree that immigration is a very legitimate topic of debate in this country. In fact, you could almost say it was the foundational debate. I think the first bill passed by the Australian Parliament was the White Australia policy. It was a debate about immigration. So it is a legitimate...
Fuck, I didn't know that. Is that legit? Let's ask our fucking research assistant. That's a big call, man. That's huge. Has anyone heard that before? Would you like to know more? We've just heard the claim that Australia's first piece of legislation ever passed, I'm assuming under Federation, has got to do with the White Australia policy. The claim is that immigration has been a hotly debated topic since the nation's founding. Is this true? Can you verify this claim? Whoa, that's fucking mental. When the 6 colonies federated to form the Commonwealth of Australia in 1901, the very first acts passed by the federal parliament was centred on migration and exclusion. The Immigration Restriction Act of 1901, commonly the cornerstone, known as the cornerstone for the White Australia policy, was among the first pieces of major legislation passed, receiving royal assent on the 23rd of December 1901. Holy crap. You know how the other day, Jack, you were asking like what Australian culture is? Oh, fucking, here you go. This conversation is seminal to the coming together and the founding of an entire nation. The very first bill introduced, have they got sources for this? Where did you get this information from? What were your sources? The very first bill introduced into federal parliament was the Immigration Restriction Bill, which aimed to exclude non-European migrants. This became the Immigration Restriction Act of 1901. Around the same time, Parliament also passed the Pacific Island Labourers Act, which sought to deport most South Sea Islander workers who had been brought to Australia as indentured labourers, especially in Queensland's sugar industry. And yeah, this stuff is still alive in one way or another, let's be honest. Central theme, the laws were central to the White Australia policy. So yes. Parliamentary records. Holy crap. That actually took sources. Interesting. That's a big claim. I didn't know that. No one else know that. Stick bits, all fascist scapegoat immigrants and refugees. A very reliable way to identify the fascists. Interesting. If you're not Aboriginal and you're an immigrant refugee. So fuck off out of Australia, right? I think that's rhetorical. In prose. White Australia were probably bigots, needed to protect the land from the Dutch. Interesting. This is crazy. All right.
Issue for us to be working through how much immigration should be occurring in this country. But I've also got to say, seeing some of those scenes, which we all saw on the news about what was happening at those rallies, I would have say if you're a part of a Middle Australia for an everyday Australian, then you've got to be seeing that activity and saying, hey, this ain't our party. This is not the gig I thought I was coming to. I mean, Paul, when there are people holding up signs of Desi Freeman, an accused cop killer who is on the run in Victoria.
Sure.
When in Brisbane, there was neo-Nazis getting into a punch-on with each other. In Melbourne, they overran Camp Sovereignty, which is an Aboriginal burial ground. I mean, they're campaigning against immigration, yet they went and attacked the first Australians. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So if you're
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Let's see the comments. Come on, Aussie, come on. Wait till the next one. The Labor government of the past used to stand up for working Aussies. The new Green Labor government stands up for rainbow warriors, Palestinian movement, and new immigrants only. Anyone but working Aussies. So much for Labor. All most of us want is a reduction in the numbers coming in. Not to stop immigration or removal, just reduce them. Having more people pouring in while there is a housing shortage makes no sense. Of course the government isn't going to. It would rather line its pockets from wealthy corporations, landowners, developers, and all the others who benefit from price hikes, rental increases, and also the lower wages it can pay migrants instead of raising. This is traditional working class grievances here. Wealthy corporations, landowners, developers, the interests of the capitalist class over the interests of the working class. Interesting. This mayor is a fool and should resign. People have had enough of this government. The Aussies need to have their own version of the Boston Tea Party right now. Whoa. Very interesting. Reese is a clown. It's always the fault of everyday Australians, says the guy in the suit in his cushy government office. Need to organise a March for Australia 100-fold, but have the right organisers and permits. Moron, by that logic, if you are at a footy grand final and two blokes get pissed and punch on, the whole crowd is psycho. Interesting. Melbourne Lord Mayor is a joke. Yeah, well, it's the type of stuff, I guess, that you would expect in this. Fascists always think society is a work camp. Fascists, work sets us free. Work sets us free, right? Ron Murray is of extremely low understanding of anything. I think we can agree on that, Ron. I think he's on ketamine. Avalava, back to our chat. Even with that CCP public opinion control, are the lives of most people in China getting worse? Well, they seem to be progressively getting better. And like you could argue that it's slowing down the rate of change. But like still a large majority of Chinese people wouldn't be considered, I guess, middle class persons by our standards or by general Western standards. So there's plenty of room for them to improve more, but the economy isn't moving at the speed of which it was growing before and pulling people out of poverty at the same rate as it was moving before. I think that's a general trend that happens the further you industrialize, though. The more high-tech you become, you slow down in terms of your overall progress. Obviously, if you're moving from an agrarian society to an industrial society, the progress is almost, through the roof. But like, yes, they are, their lives are improving, but like, I don't know if it's a correlation to say that the only way to have increased living standards or a justification for increased living standards is ceding your civil rights or your unalienable rights to freedom of expression. I would hope that's actually a false correlation and that you could actually have both, right? You could have people not being censored and living standards improving. But like, I think I understand your point being like, well, like, doesn't matter if they're censored if their lives are getting better. And that's a hard question. That's a hard question. Like, I would tell you what my default is honestly, is that you could have both. You can have people be able to freely express themselves politically. And when I say expression, it's like both ways. It's not just like what comes out of their mouth. It's what they can get access to. So they can get access to differing opinions on things. That's huge. That's a huge factor in whether or not you can control a population. Is you could just control what they're digesting. So it's a difficult one. But I would hope that that is a correlation that, like, it doesn't need to be the correlation. It's like, well, as long as everyone's improving, then, you know, who cares about, you know, freedom of expression or the right to assemble or fraternity, you know, like, as long as everyone's life is getting better, that's kind of all that matters. It's a difficult conversation, I'd say. Fascists run society for the wealthy and power, and the rest of us are just serfs to them. Not reading critically, just critical of what he reads. Are there any studies or examples of free expression and a society that actually improves the lives of its people? Well, it depends, I guess, what you mean by free expression. Like, is there actual free expression? Because there's not actually actual free expression, obviously, in the Western world. That's what we're arguing about. Like, you know, we're censored all the time on YouTube. We're constantly censored by corporations. We're arguing about whether people are able to actually freely express themselves in any context. You just try and support Palestine, and like speak bad about Israel, and you're anti-Semitic, and you can be basically arrested just for that. You can be shut down for that. So freedom of expression doesn't really exist, but at least the optics of it, that like you do live in a society that values freedom and liberality. I think the optics of that being center in society is fucking incredibly important, is very important. And so, like, you know, is there examples of societies that have founded themselves on liberal values, whether or not those values come into existence or not, but they found themselves on liberal values and have increased the living standards and the lives of their people? Then yes, I would say that most Western countries that have gone through the Industrial Revolution actually did those things. They pretended, at least, like I said, to uphold liberal values, and they increased the living standards of their populations. I think the defining feature of that, or the apex of that, you could argue, is after the Second World War, that people did kind of get a better cut of the pie, a bigger slice of the pie, and at least believe that they lived in a society that based itself on liberal values. But if you're arguing that that was all like an illusion and they don't really have liberties as such, then, like, you know, that's our general gripe with the entire state of capitalism and world affairs, right? It's that, like, we're not actually free. We're free to work, and, like, you know, if you can survive outside of that, you can. So do we actually have freedom? Do we actually have freedom of expression? No. But, like, you can at least live in a society that pretends to value those things, and allow those things to flourish, I guess you could say, or even pretend to care about those things flourishing. So, like, no, it doesn't exist ever, I guess, if that's what you're getting at. I'm not sure if there's a gotcha kind of thing, like freedom doesn't actually exist. behind your question, kind of thing. If that's what you're implying, anyway. I'm not sure. I might be reading that wrong. My point is that the Bible is really the only thing worth reading. I would like to know more, 4AS. Have you ever read the Bible? I wonder, 4AS. We have the power to pretend. There it is. That's right. It's got to be there. It's got to be there. It's good for the optics. It's good for the optics. All right, we're going to change gears, but we're going to have a quick break, and then we will be right back. And we're going to look at Trumpy boy and what the world would be like if Trump did die, and what would we get as a result of that. This kind of articulates your point also, I think. Oh, I think I've seen these guys. Oh, maybe that's not the ones that I'm thinking of. All right, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right. We are going to, yeah, like I said, we're going to shift gears and we're going to start looking at a new topic now. Because, like, not that I'm not enjoying the debate, but, like, I do want to get to this one. And we're going to go to a right-wing source as well. Or arguably right-wing. I don't know. You tell me what you think of this guy. I think most people agree that he's a right-wing influencer, I guess you could say. This is Asmongold. And so, like, he's done, like, a very quick summary of this issue, which is Trump disappeared over the weekend. Trump is very vocal. Trump is very public. He's always tweeting, so people know he's doing stuff. And he disappeared over the weekend. He stopped interacting with the public. And so it's people are freaking out, I think. And looks like Asmongold's freaking out too. And he's trying to defend Trump, I guess, or say, like, everyone calm down, it's okay, Trumpy boy's still alive. And so, like, that's why it's interesting to get these type of insights from people like him. And then we're going to look at some other people talking about, like, the whole did Trump die phenomenon. And then we're going to get into what that actually means. Like, what would it actually look like? Well, what I'm trying to articulate is this. Why is free speech considered so important? What does this bring? What are the implications of having the right to say something? What are the implications of not having the right to say anything? Additionally, these questions are very contextually specific. One could argue that conditions in China have been improving despite not being able to say what you want about the government, while conditions in many Western countries are declining while you are able to say what you want. You still can't say what you want. Who benefits and who loses from these rights? Interesting. Very interesting, actually. Yeah, look. Again, if you're arguing whether there is such thing as freedom of expression or freedom of speech, then I would say no. We could see that like conversations are curated, and then people are even manipulated before they even speak their thoughts anyway. And so like you could argue that there is no such thing as freedom of expression because everyone has been manipulated by some type of psyop operation or some type of overt control or covert control. And so it doesn't really exist. I think, yes, it is important that people have the right to say whatever they want, regardless. And I say that from my overarching political persuasion, which is anti-capitalist. And in order for you to be able to fight against the force of capital, I would think that you would need to have a system where people can speak freely, because I think it would be a weapon in the arsenal of the capitalist classes to suppress speech when it is appropriate for their interests. Now, I'm not saying ideologically whether it's good to allow people to say anything at all times. That's a philosophical discussion. If we're talking about tactics, about how to bring down a mode of production based on capital, the capitalist class would be more than happy to have a weapon in their arsenal, which is that freedom of speech is dangerous. It would suit their interests greatly to stop working classes, middle classes, or everyone just outside of the capitalist class from being able to express themselves. That would be of assistance to their class dominance. That's how I see it. Now, what you're saying, though, is like you can have a planned economy without free speech, and it can do better than a free market economy with free speech. Those are discussions about economics as opposed to free speech. Because what I was saying then was, okay, then if you have a planned economy with free speech, then that's better than a planned economy without free speech. And that's, I think, the difference between potentially, the Western way of doing things and the Chinese way of doing things is like they are just more planned in their economics. And the more planning gives them the advantage in the declining Western world at the moment. And so like you can easily argue that look at the system, it's doing better in the decline, in the comparative or relative decline of the West. Now, what you'd have to really analyze, though, is whether there is a fundamental difference, I think, between Westerners, so let's just call it what it is, between the US and China. And I don't think there really is a fundamental difference in the sense that, okay, the US might be a open free market society. It's a capitalistic society. It is a capitalistic society in the true sense or the original sense because the capitalist class owns the government or largely controls the government through bourgeois political arrangements. So they basically control the political system. However, in China, it is state capitalist in the sense that the state manages the economy in a capitalistic setting. And like if you draw that down again as Marxian as you can, the central relationship of the mode of production based on capital is the relationship between capital and labor. So capital and labor. Then on top of that sits the relationship between capitalist and worker. If you look at the central relationship between capital and labor, in both instances in the US, you have largely private interests controlling the capital and labor relationship for private interests. And then in China, you have, I guess you could say, the state controls labor for the proliferation of capital and for the increase of profits, so they can partake in a general free market world, in a general capitalistic world. And so if they're both variations of capital, one being a purely free market one that the state exists to feed the private interests and helps control labor for capital in that way, but then in the other society, in the Chinese society, you have labor controlled or managed for capital by the state, that's still this fact that the state is controlling the relationship between labor and capital. It is helping out and making sure labor is working in the service of capital. And so my assessment of that situation right there is that, okay, the state capitalism system may be way more effective now here in 2025 than the declining Western model of private capital controlling labor directly. Maybe way more efficient than the anarchy of the free market, as people like to say. But like, they're still fundamentally both about controlling that or dictating that central relationship between capital and labor. They're both capitalistic in one sense or another. And so, you know, at the end of the day, like, choose your own adventure. Do you prefer to go state capitalist, again, with seemingly no rights, like, you know, freedom of expression, on the surface anyway? Or do you want to go private capitalist and, like, have the illusion of having rights? They're both fundamentally capitalist systems. Just, yeah, one plans more than the other. And one kind of lets the free market dictate. So, the state is always meant to regulate the private. The state is always meant to regulate the private sector. How ignorant are we? No, Chinese government regulates the playing field so public interest comes first, not capital. Regulates the playing... Yeah, but it's regulating... There's a dialectical relationship between labor and capital. So whether you think they are regulating it in the general public interest or not, they are still regulating the relationship between capital and labor. That makes them essentially and fundamentally, from a Marxian assessment, it makes them fundamentally capitalist because they are managing the relationship between labor and capital. Now, they might have grandiose visions for getting to socialism through that, and this is part of their transition. But if you are managing the relationship between capital and labor, the capitalist class and the labor class, and you assume the function of the capitalist class and you call yourself a state authority, that just makes you a capitalistic class that is in the form of a party, as opposed to a capitalist class that is in the form of, you know, all these free enterprises and free market setting. It doesn't change the fundamental element of the mode of the mode of production based on capital. It doesn't change that fundamental relationship. Yes, the role of any government is that very thing. Yes, the role of any government in capitalism is to regulate the relationship between labor and capitalism. And what we're talking about is two different approaches to use of the government in that relationship. No, it makes them social democracy. Whatever their political mode is, that's fine, but it's still a capitalistic society because the government has more of a hand in helping to regulate the relationship between capital and labor. So really, if the question really comes down to, okay, what do you want? People to be able to speak about stuff or not? My answer to that question is still, yes, I would prefer people to be able to speak than not. If you're arguing, though, about what economic mode is better, what economic style of management is better, then yeah, in the 21st century and this far into the 21st century, it looks like the state capitalists are killing it. Planning an economy works way better in a capitalist setting here in 2025 than it does in a ostensibly free market setting. Way. No, you're making a false dilemma, a straw man. No, you need to go back and work on your Marxian analysis of the situation. There is a central relationship in the capitalist mode of production. It is a system of social relations. It's a system of social relations. And if you're managing labor force, not liberating, not socializing labor, not socializing it, if you are managing labor, then you are doing that to help in the production of capital. It's very, very basic and fundamental to the whole of Marxist analysis of capitalism. It's fucking fundamental. It's really the central relationship in feudalism was that between serf and lord, and everything else sat on top of that, even kings and all that sort of stuff. The fundamental relationship within the ancient mode of production was that between free man and slave, or slave holder and slave. If you cannot understand that central relationship, then like calling something capitalist or not doesn't even make sense, because like it's just taken out of context. You can bull about Marx. This isn't a Marxist society. It's meant to be a social democracy. I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree with that at all. And like, if you honestly think that the Chinese don't refer to themselves ideologically as Marxist-Leninists, then like, I don't know what to say to you, but they do really believe in Marxism, and they definitely believe in the ideas of Leninism as well. Like, honestly, they do believe in this stuff. And what you should be saying then is that, okay, if they really do understand this stuff well, then they must be using it appropriately. They should be managing capital and the labor relationship well. As I said, in a transition towards some form of socialism. But they're definitely not there yet because they haven't socialized anything. They haven't allowed labor to have control over the means of production in its entirety. I would say it is the party that has the control over the means of production. And again, if they're managing that relationship well, so be it. Manage it well. I'm all for people that manage that relationship better than others, because it is the working people, it is labor that gets squashed generally in that dialectical relationship between the forces of labor and capital. They say they are social democracy with Chinese others. They say they have socialism with Chinese characteristics, yes. Please stop using your chose extremes that aren't even factually accurate. Look, man, I don't know what you are talking about here in terms of factually accurate. They describe themselves as a Marxist-Leninist, ideologically aligned political system. You're comparing two things that don't exist in reality. What? Capital and labor don't exist in reality. Is that what you're saying? Look, if you don't understand the fundamentals of this, then fair enough. But like, it would amount to the confusion in this topic at the moment. So I get it. If you are pro-China because you do believe that they are just a better way of doing things, don't pretend that's because they are ideologically superior to any form of liberal ideology. They both control labor. Chinese society, US society. What the real question is, which system of this style of capitalism are you more comfortable with? But don't pretend for a second that it's some type of socialist fucking utopia. Don't pretend that for a second, because that's where we will lose. That's where we lose out big time, honestly. Another straw man. I don't know, man. I don't know. Honestly, if you think that they have reached socialism or something like that, then like, I don't know what to say to you. But if you honestly think that the relationship between labor and capital is not important, and sorry, it doesn't exist, then we are living in two different realities. It's not one extreme or the other. What are you talking about? Oh man, I wish we could have a real discussion about this, but like I don't think we agree on some very, very key fundamentals, unfortunately. Some very, very key fundamentals. All right, let us speak about Trump now. Like I said, well, I'm going to go straight to the popular right wing for this one and get an understanding of where Trump is right now. Is he dead? Is he not? Is he dead? Is he not? Let's find out, shall we? Let's have a listen.
Yeah, there is a lot of people. Hashtag where is Trump? This doesn't look like Trump to me. Different nose, different ear, different proportions. The only way it adds up is if his face took a beating. So let me get this straight. This person thinks that it's a fake Trump. To be fair, this guy does look like if Barry...
Look at his head. Look at his head. Does that look like the same guy to you? They've shaved his head as well. Is this a real picture of him? Like, what the f is going on here? Who the fuck is that?
Harkonnen was the fucking president. So this is the photo from today. He looks decidedly unwell. I think he just looks like a 79-year-old man. President's response to the rumors that he passed away, he says, "I've never felt better in my life." Now, I mean, Joe Biden said stuff like that too. Is it really true? Is it not? I mean, he's been tweeting out.
He does look old. That's why I put that in the thumbnail, this one. He just looks old. There, he's looking really old these days. But again, you know, have you met people in their 80s? Like, far out. They can look like this. They can definitely look like this.
Biden said stuff like that too. Is it really true? Is it not? I mean, he's been tweeting out pretty regularly. You could say that, oh, well, somebody else wrote those for him or something else like
100%. Like, as if, we've talked about this on this stream before, as if Trump doesn't have an entire team of people. Like, everyone else that has multiple social media accounts and has like millions and millions of people following them all the time doesn't have like an army of social media managers. Him posting stuff doesn't mean that he's alive. It just means his social media team is active. Come on.
that, so it's hard to say. Looks like Trump has a bump on his forehead, leaving the White House September 1st. The White House is blocked off by police at every angle today. I think that there is a chance that Trump maybe got sick. I mean, he is human. Yes, like people do get sick. Like something like that could happen. When things happen that are uncertain, then I think to myself, maybe there's something that's going on. And irregularity is noteworthy. I hope he's okay. I don't think it's good for anybody if the president dies. I think also if you don't like Trump's policies, you better be ready. You better hope to God that he doesn't die, because JD Vance is just like Trump, except for he doesn't go on long tangents about how somebody is fat. And I think he's probably going to be more effective than Trump would be.
Isn't that a scary prediction? And we're going to get there. We're going to speak about what's going to happen if Trump does cark it, and what happens in a world where JD Vance has now become the one who is the God Emperor of capitalism and our free market society. So this is just generally it. This is what social media, the internet has been blowing up with recently, is this idea that because Trump disappeared for like 2 days, that like he died. And people were having an absolute fucking field day with this shit. Like honestly, people were having an absolute field day with this idea. And like it's kind of dark, right? Like people are frothing on the fact that somebody's died. And like I get it. People are like obviously very upset with Trump. But like, you know, the fact that Trump's shutting up for 5 days is all it takes for us to think he's dead is actually kind of hilarious. Yes, it is. First time, huh? When we in Russia had Putin dead and replaced by doppelgangers at least 10 times this decade. But like, yeah, people freak out because he like goes silent kind of thing. And like they think he's dead. And then, yeah, there's a lot of, I guess, left-leaning influencers on social media, personalities and all that sort of stuff have just been like absolutely frothing on this. But like the ramifications of this are absolutely huge. Like honestly, you got to remember, Like, who is the person that is sitting there next in line? JD Vance, the puppet of Peter Thiel, the man himself, the basically the inheritor of, or the provider of the Dark Enlightenment himself. He is next in line to the throne. This is a fucking huge thing. Avalava, if Trump dies, the Trump TV show would be over. The main cast member is the show. Well, that's right. We wouldn't be having all of the usual updates that we have. We'll be having some pretty crazy updates, to be honest. Would you put it past the intelligence community to shake his hand with a designer poison that only one Russia has to cure? Or have to watch, or have I watched too many movies? Yeah, well, it's possible. But like, what did he do? What's the nose thing about, Jag? What's that one for? Yeah, like, what did he do to deserve like being taken out? Exactly. Like, cause like, isn't he running the show the way that they want him to run the show? Like, maybe they do want JD Vance in there. Maybe it's time to have Baby Vance come up and be the runner of world capitalism. I don't know. We will find out. Yeah, I want to know what the long nose thing means. JD, is that in regards to the JD Vance comment that he's going to be more effective than Trump? So watch out. Watch out. You don't want JD Vance in there. Let's find out, shall we? All right, let's get some older people dissecting these issues. Some potentially, I don't know, Gen Xers maybe speaking about this phenomenon, which is not what you usually get, let's be honest.
We obviously know all about his fast food fandom, how he loves the McDonald's and the Diet Cokes. We know that he doesn't do any exercise because he's written about it in one of his books where he said that lose your
weekend because in fairness it was unusual. He hadn't been seen in public for a couple of days. Now thousands of posts were shared across the social media platform X. There were the hashtags where is Trump and Trump died, but just a couple of hours later pictures emerged of the US president, very much still with us, arriving at a golf club. Harriet Alexander is a journalist in New York and joins us now.
He looked old when he finally surfaced. He's struggling. Something's going on there. Be on high alert, ladies and gentlemen. Trump's not looking well.
Hello, Harriet.
Hello.
Now, Biden disappeared from the public eye for days when he was president, and we didn't say much because he wasn't so front and centre of all our lives. But there is no doubt that Trump makes himself so visible. So when he disappears for a while, people are going to talk, aren't they?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, actually, one of the most powerful things I thought that was said on Joe Biden's campaign trail was when Barack Obama said, do you know, if Joe is in the White House when he was campaigning first time around, if Joe is in the White House, some days you might not even hear from him. And coming after a sort of deluge of Donald Trump's first term, that sounded quite refreshing. So yes, Biden was not seen every day, not by any stretch of the imagination, but Trump has this hold over the American imagination. So any absence, I mean, even a few hours, people start to wonder what he's up to.
Yeah, well, it's the Trump show. And let's be honest, we are all watching it. The Vice President, JD Vance, didn't really help matters because he said this in a TV interview with USA Today.
The president is in incredibly good health. He's got incredible energy. And while most of the people who work around the president...
Oh, this is the JD Vance thing. Let's have a look at this, actually. I want to look at this separately. Did you send that through? Oh, yeah, here it is. I think you sent it to me, Jag. Let's have a look at it. So this is JD Vance talking about Trump going missing. Like, read from this what you will, ladies and gentlemen. Read from this what you will. Come on, tell me that's getting out the actual statement. Tell me. Oh no, really? It's just this. You don't actually get to hear him speak. Oh wait, here it is. Really? Where's the actual footage of it? Not this AI slop stuff. Come on. I want to see him say it. Does anyone have a link to it? Boo you, Hindustan Times. I think you sent a link, Jag. JD Vance discusses the readiness. Let's see if I can get that link. Oh, damn. There's no footage of it. That sucks. It's just an article. All right. Let's listen to these ladies say it then. They can play it.
The United States is
Health matters because he said this in a TV interview with USA Today.
president is in incredibly good health. He's got incredible energy. And while most of the people who work around the president of the United States are younger than he is, I think that we find that he actually is the last person who goes to sleep. He's the last person making phone calls at night, and he's the first person who wakes up and the first person making phone calls in the morning. So yes, things can always happen. Yes, terrible tragedies happen, but I feel very confident the president of the United States is in good shape, is going to serve out the remainder of his term and do great things for the American people. And if God forbid there's a terrible tragedy, I can't think of better on-the-job training than what I've got.
Okay, JD Vance probably not doing a lot to ease.
And God forbid, if anything happened, I've got plenty of on-the-job training, and I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Hey, thank God for JD Vance. Hey, God forbid. God forbid. So this is why there's a bit of drama going on here, because obviously people are reading into that sort of commentary whatever way they want. So tell enough lies and you turn into Pinocchio. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, Biden was pooping his diapers. Thiel trained him well. Yes, Thiel definitely has trained. Like he's got the rhetoric down pat, doesn't he? And he's ready to step in to the position. God forbid. JD Vance is loving it. Hey, there we go.
Trump fans' fears. But it is a bit bizarre, Harriet, isn't it, when JD Vance says how fit the president is.
Oh, is that David in the house? No way. Let's understand that all our politicians are deceitful and do not have the best interests of the people at heart. To me, it no longer makes any difference who's president. Yeah, well, I would say, unfortunately, David, in most of the liberal democracies around the world, especially in the American system, it really doesn't matter who's in the hot seat, does it? Especially in a two-party system. My God.
I mean, he can't dodge the reality, which that he doesn't look fit. He's nearly 80. He's got a mysterious bruise on his hand. He's overweight. We know he has this other condition, which I know is not uncommon at all, but the one that makes his ankles swell up. Surely, not even his greatest fan can continue to say that, quotes, he looks fit.
Yes, and I mean, Donald Trump, by anyone else's standards, would be, on a pretty ruinous lifestyle choice. We obviously know all about his fast food fandom, how he loves the McDonald's and the Diet Cokes. We know that he doesn't do any exercise because he's written about it in one of his books where he says that...
So good. Can you see the difference between like an Asthma Gold style assessment of this, like a general right-wing kind of influencer, and like these people at Times Radio speaking? And who's Times Radio? Is it the same organization? Is it like part of the Murdoch machine, like middle-aged and up women talking about Trump eating fast food and just being like, it's pretty unhealthy. It's so good.
His philosophy is that, you have a certain amount of energy, and if you do any exercise, then you lose your energy, so it's not very good for you. He's angry all the time, and he doesn't get a lot of sleep. We know he's doing all these late-night phone calls. So, that is not anyone else's recipe for vitality and strength and efficiency. But for Donald Trump, he's 79. He's the oldest president ever inaugurated, and he's pretty lively. He's pretty...
That's pretty crazy. Is Trump the oldest president who's ever been inaugurated? Not quite. Okay, here we go. He was inaugurated in 2017 at the age of 70, which at that time made him the oldest president ever inaugurated. However, the record was broken by Joe Biden, who was inaugurated in 2021 at the age of 78. So Trump is oldest at inauguration up until... okay, right. So the second time around doesn't constitute an inauguration. Is that right? Is that how it works? That's interesting.
Pretty strong, it seems. And on Sunday, when all of this speculation was mounting, it obviously got to him because he tweeted he had never felt better in all my life, all in capitals, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that won't be the truth either, will it? Because I very much doubt that at the age of 79, I'll be feeling better than I've ever felt in my life. I mean, it's a deeply suspect statement, surely.
Right, and it comes after, as you pointed out, JD Vance, who was the third youngest ever vice president. He's only 41. He was 40, Vance, when he was sworn in. So only John Breckinridge, who was 36, and Richard Nixon, who was 40 and several days younger. Those are the only two that were younger than Vance when he was sworn in. So
Who was
Vance
Nixon VP to? Was it Eisenhower? Is that who he was? A VP pick for? Murdoch is not allowed to spew his fascist propaganda in China as mold. Yes, it does. I think the oldest president and Biden's second. Murdoch still had to destroy the USA's fairness doctrine, that complete truth in public broadcasting, and then began brainwashing Americans with his fascist propaganda. Of course, I think it was Reagan. That was the one who brought down the fairness doctrine. Still, Murdoch and Trump are Freemasons, close friends. Avalavo, the common complaint I've heard from Chinese people is how competitive the job market is, but are the working conditions good? Do they have more rights and more capabilities of self-empowered workers? I think Trump normally looks like this, but he just has good makeup team. Yeah, and like the way that he does his, I don't know, spray tan or whatever the hell it is, it makes him look so much younger than what he is. Like having that healthy glow. Well, that lady also mentioned it being a Trump show, the spectacle at its finest, articulated in simpler terms. Oh, don't forget that Vance went to president school. He was a field student. Yeah, he went to the school of the kingmaker himself. Why can't we get president who's into CrossFit? Surely they both have the same kind of cultish attitudes. That's hilarious. A president into CrossFit. If I was on my deathbed and this woman was talking to my family like this, I'd pull the plug on myself too. So passive aggressive. Yeah, like that's what I said. Like it's such a middle-aged lady's interpretation of this is like, hey, he eats too much fast food, and like I wouldn't have the vitality that I have today if all I did was eat fast food and never exercise. So good. Oh man, the 21-year-old apprentice at my workplace loves Asmongold. Man, lots of people love Asmongold. Like he's very, very popular, I think. And like, you know, he speaks well to his audience, I think. Like he's entertaining, but like, you know, he keeps it simple and like, yeah, they lap it up. And like he plays both sides to kind of, you know, to give a more balanced approach. Like he's, you know, I've heard him speak about like Palestine and all that sort of stuff and issues of that nature. And like he's not just like towing the conservative line all the point. And so I think that actually that assists him greatly. But yeah, people love a bit of Asmongold.
One of the youngest, Trump the oldest. The contrast is pretty marked, and there's a lot of speculation about Vance being the anointed heir. I don't think he's done himself any favors with those remarks. And yes, you're absolutely right that there's no way that Trump is feeling in his best form ever, although, you know, he has had some quite significant wins on the policy front, so I suppose that certainly buoys him.
Yeah, okay. And the Pentagon Pizza Index. Now, this is something I confess.
All right, that's all we're going to listen to of these ladies and their obvious concern for Trump's health. They're worried about too much fast food. I'm not sure if concern is the correct word. That implies caring. RFK, give him your advice. I think this time this would help the country the most. Damn, savage. People concerned. Maybe only the loss of Putin would be more celebrated around the world. Whoa. Death rumors reflect American optimism. There is concern here. As a Christian, I do not wish death upon others. When it turned out that Trump was alive, I felt quite disappointed. Oh my God, savage. And look at this guy. They've got a Hong Kong symbol there, I think. Meow, meow, meow. I've never been pro McDonald's and I've never been pro McDonald's and KFC before. Fucking savage, bro. Absolutely savage. CrossFit president. Best I can do is cross-dressing. Could you imagine? I think America would like absolutely dissolve in on itself if there was a cross-dressing president right now. Like when we found out that the person that shot up the church and the school, in Minneapolis when they found out that that person was transgender. Like, fucking, that was it. I knew it. I knew it. These are the people. We've never had a mass shooting before. It's always the transgender people. All right. We're going to go now into a proper deep dive. We're going to be looking at JD Vance. We're going to try to understand his world a little bit. Like, where did he come from? Because, like, let's just hypothesize on this one for a second, shall we? Like, let's imagine that, like, he does disappear again for a few days, and there are pictures of Vance cross-dressing. Oh my God. So that's a real reference, Dilemmas. That's fucking crazy. Huh. My God, if anyone can source that, that would be hilarious. I'd like to see what this, unashamedly very Christian and Catholic, upstanding gentleman has to say in defense of these pictures. I'd love to see what he has to say about that. But yeah, let's just do the hypothetical here. Trump disappears for another 5 days and he carks it. What's going to happen then? Hey, what's happening next on this front, ladies and gentlemen? You tell me. But we're going to have JD Vance. Now, we know the backstory of JD Vance to a certain extent. He's from the Appalachian region. So he's from an area that is, no way. That's so good. Good on you, JD Vance. Hey, we can all get down to this. Thank you, Jag. Hey, this should be, front and center in his, once he becomes president, right? I wonder what he's doing. I wonder if he's cosplaying something here. If that's a reference to something. He's got like a heavy chain on too. But he looks good. It suits him. Long blonde hair. Really said, thank you very much, Jag. Good supply. Good supply of the imagery there. Love it. Yeah. We know his backstory. He's from a very low socioeconomic area in on the eastern side of America. It's doing it tough. It's definitely lost out in the war of deindustrialization in the American continent, or the North American continent anyway, with the rise of neoliberalism. He's come from a pretty rough background too, with a lot of drug use in his family. He's had some heavy times. But he's picked up after, going to basically, your Ivy League school legal profession, picked up by Peter Thiel, reached out to him though, but picked up by Peter Thiel. And, that's a better angle, isn't it? That's a way better angle. He's rocking it, bro. Look at him. Absolutely rocking it. Hey, good on you, Vance. I'll keep that up while I'm talking. But yeah, picked up by Peter Thiel, the kingmaker of Silicon Valley, the not the ideological front, but like the physical power, the domineering front of, I would say, the Dark Enlightenment movement itself. And JD Vance seems to be one of the players on on Peter Thiel's chessboard. A very important player, potentially a bishop. I don't know how to stretch my chess analogy any further, but we've got someone who's in the second row to become, leader of the imperial core of the capitalist world. And, what are his actual opinions? What does he actually align with, right? What is he actually across? What does he want? What does he want? What will his agenda be like? If he's 41 years old and the current conversation that's been coming out of things like Project 2025, the Conservative Promise for America, are things along the lines of, basically just strip all the power that has been lost out of the executive office and lost to the bureaucrats that really run the country, and they run so undemocratically. If I have arrived, Matt Bond, yo, what's up? This agenda of gutting out and taking power off, the technocrats and giving it back to the executive. So all power to the supreme ruling president. And someone like Trump, disappears, and then you've got him, a puppet for somebody who has already described our current situation as, you know, democracy and freedom do not actually align with one another, and somebody who wants to dismantle the democratic system. That's the person that has created him, and his philosophical, like his more recent political and philosophical outlook on the world comes from someone like Curtis Yarvin. That's right, Curtis Yarvin. That's the type of people that he's associating with and gets his ideas from. You know, we are going into some crazy territory as a species, right? There's some crazy territory. Because, like, whether you believe it or not, whether you like it or not, the Americans are incredibly influential, not just in the Western world and the Anglosphere, but, like, you know, they really do dictate the global economy. Now, that might be changing, but they still have significant sway. So whoever is the head of the United States really does control the geopolitical situation of the entirety of the world. Let's be honest. Like, look what's happened recently. Trump's pissed off the Indians, the Chinese, and the Russians. And, like, these people, you know, they wouldn't be able to really agree on anything. Like, honestly, the Chinese and the Indians agreeing on stuff, like, come on. Chinese and the Russians, they've been going at it since the Sino-Soviet split. They really, like, they might back each other up, but, like, they can't settle on economics properly. They can't even really settle on alliances properly. They appreciate each other. Why? In the context of their relative hatred for the US. So, you know, like, Trump has been able to, you know, piss a lot of people off on a global stage. That's how powerful he is with his tariff policy. He's bringing other people together. And so, like, if that's the power, let's say, of the president of the United States in the current setting in 2025, then could you imagine someone like JD Vance getting a hold of the of power with someone like Peter Thiel behind him calling the shots? As, you know, JD Vance, the hand of the king, who's ostensibly the king, but the hand of the king, doing all of the bidding of a class of people who think that because they are self-made billionaires, they should run the world. This is some interesting territory right here. And so, like, let's get an understanding of JD Vance. And we're going to go straight in. We're going to dive straight into a podcast. I believe it's a podcast. Maybe it's just a radio show about, like, uncovering the real JD Vance kind of thing, let's say. Where is it? Is it this one? No, Wall Street Journal. No, where was it? Might have to go. I think it's in the Discord, actually. Find the link. Well, I wonder if he suppressed some potential trans thoughts and feelings, potentially. I wonder. With the picture, the longer I leave the picture up, the more it makes you question it, doesn't it? Maybe he's a little bit uncomfortable. And he's got to do some soul searching. Yeah, here it is. Open up in a new tag. Copy link address. Let's see if I can get that going. All right, let's have a listen to this. I think there's some interesting insights in this one, and we should talk about it.
From The Times and The Sunday Times, this is The Story. I'm Luke Jones. In the blizzard of Trump's first 2 months back in office, you might not have thought much about his beardy deputy standing somewhere in the background. But James David Vance is increasingly involved, visible, and important.
See, I would have argued that he was, like, not that visible. Like, he does a lot of stuff in the background. But, you know, he's definitely moving and shaking in the background. I actually thought Trump ostracized him for a little bit and didn't want him around because I don't think Trump really trusts him. I don't think he really likes him that much. But he's still, like I said, he's moving and shaking in the background, that's for sure. Trump does deserve that Nobel Peace Prize. Prize via mutual hate for him. Yeah, he's getting people together. That's fucking hilarious. We were speculating on that the other day. I think David brought that up about whether he gets a Nobel Peace Prize or not. There's your answer, David. He's gonna get a Nobel Peace Prize because he's gonna bring the rest of the world together against their hate for his tariff policies.
So I think JD Vance's explosion onto the global stage happened in 3 parts. It was quite a rapid trifecta, certainly in this country. The first one was in mid-February at the Munich Security Conference, which is a gathering of global politicians and security analysts and security officials and bureaucrats. And it's traditional for an American president or vice president to come and talk to them. But this speech really shocked the room. Vance really berated the assemblage there and told them that they had strayed basically from their values, from American values on free speech.
I look to Brussels, where EU commissars warn citizens that they intend to shut down social media during times of civil unrest. The moment they spot...
He has done some big things as the VP. Like, honestly, like when he went to Europe and basically pissed off, he went as this little pup, like this little 40-year-old Polly, and is surrounded by some pretty big European figures, right? And just berated them all, attacked them all for not allowing US tech giants, his boss, his real boss, JD Vance's real boss, Peter Thiel, he berated them all for being too harsh on the American tech sector. So you need to open them up. He offended a lot of people, but didn't give a shit. And that was pretty much his introduction to the world stage, was going over to the Europeans and telling them to fall in line. Pretty ballsy stuff, man. Oh, JD did say a lot of bad things about Trump. Yes. And spoke heavily about Epstein. Yeah. And my big conspiracy theory on the whole Epstein situation is that, like, for the most part, the tech bros are fucking clean when it comes to Epstein. It's the older money, the Wall Street types, the people on the East Coast, and other figures, powerful figures that are all wrapped in the whole Epstein situation. I think a lot of the tech bros themselves have, because they're too new, I think have skipped a lot of that really sinister Epstein stuff. And so they're going to be able to come out on top and absolve themselves of any wrongdoing. Trump and every one of his goons is just another fascist lunatic. What's the mystery? A society set up to let liars have their way in society.
What they've judged to...
Ron, again, check into Freemasonry. Ron, so funny. You must have said that at least 10 times already. Wasn't there new emails released with Thiel and Epstein? Oh, really? I know that Thiel backed up, what's his name? Hulk Hogan. He's done some interesting stuff in the background. Makes you wonder how much will come out if Trump does bite the bullet. Good way to burn the cathedral. It actually is, right? Yeah, because that would bring the cathedral down.
Be, quote, hateful content. Or to this very country, where police have carried out raids against citizens suspected of posting anti-feminist comments online as part of, quote, combating misogyny on the internet, a day of action.
No, it's just funny that you keep repeating and wanting people to check it. It's persistent. It's honourable.
They hadn't armed themselves sufficiently, and effectively they were a bunch of hypocrites because they talk a good game on Ukraine, but they leave it up to America to foot the bill.
Now, this is a security conference, and I'm sure you all came here prepared to talk about how exactly you intend to increase defense spending over the next few years in line with some new target. And that's great, because as President Trump has made abundantly clear, he believes that our European friends must play a bigger role in the future of this continent.
No, you're right, Voltatoad. That's right. Yes, he invested in some of Epstein's stuff. He did. He was there's this Epstein Corporation that's part of Epstein's trust that is still the biggest element in his trust, I believe. And Peter Thiel was a massive investor in it. So yes, they are connected. You are right. You are right there. Peter Thiel's invested in fucking everything. He's invested in everything.
And the shock in that room was audible. this felt like a turning point. I think it's not an exaggeration to say a turning point in world history, because it became apparent that this was a very serious change of direction that was happening, and Europe would have to adapt. The next big moment for JD Vance comes about 2 weeks later in the Oval Office. A meeting between Trump, President Zelensky of Ukraine, and Vance. What happened was that the meeting went radically off the rails, and we all saw it. And Zelensky and Vance in particular came not to blows, but to sort of...
You've had a good time today, and we'll leave a comment. Thank you very much. And we might see you next time. We do streams daily. If you're in Australia, it's 11 a.m. AEST. And Trump's guy, Stephen Miller, has 100 million of Palantir's assets. It's a big circle. Yes, Stephen Miller, what a character he is. Hey, he's a pretty sinister man. Far out.
Verbal blows.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
And this again shocked the world. Again.
Do you remember that? That was pretty heavy. It was pretty poor. You live in the Gold Coast. Oh, still, I'm pretty sure we're at the same time at the moment. We haven't kicked into daylight savings yet. So yeah, 11 a.m. daily, if you're interested. Yeah, that was pretty heavy, man. The way that they ambushed Zelensky in the Oval Office that time, I was very cringe.
And it was the tone, but also actually you just don't normally see a meeting like that devolve in that way. And Trump was quite happy to let Vance do it. And then the final moment was probably most important in this country.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for being with us.
Good to see you, man. Great to be here.
Let's go back to the Oval Office Friday.
He went on Sean Hannity's Fox News show and did an interview with Hannity. Hannity was asking about various, European plan for peace in Ukraine. And Vance said,
the very best security guarantee is to give Americans economic upside in the future of Ukraine. That is a way better security guarantee than 20,000 troops from some random country that hasn't fought a war in 30 or 40 years.
Now, everyone in Britain pretty much interpreted this as a direct insult, really.
Did anyone remember this? Did he actually say that? Like, he referred to Britain not being able to fight a war properly, or they haven't fought a war in ages? That is pretty audacious. Like, he must know his world history a little bit better than that. That, like, the UK, like many of other Westerners, follow the Americans when they say, heel, it's time to go to war. That's pretty offensive, man. That's really fucking offensive. I would be offended if I was from the UK. And this young pup came over and was just like, yeah, who you gonna look to, huh? The US, who fights wars all the time, or these British people who haven't fought in a war in ages? Very offensive stuff. Come on. Yes, he said it? Oh, okay. America hasn't won a war in more than 40 years, just say. Fuck.
Because Britain has fought several wars with America in recent decades, and hundreds, if not thousands, of British men and women have died in those wars, and we've all seen their coffins come back to this country. So it was seen as a massive slap in the face. These three events, I think, launched JD Vance into the public consciousness, and I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that in this country he became something of a hate figure for a lot of people, or certainly a villain, the new baddie, if you like, and suddenly he was a name on everyone's lips.
How did he make it there? And what does his complicated journey to the almost top tell us about what he'll do next?
Do you remember when I think it was a Swedish dude got pulled up at the by the customs officers at an American airport? I can't remember where it was, and they had pictures and memes of JD Vance, and they got turned away. They weren't allowed into the country because they had memes of Vance, the baby Vance memes. I mean, the modern Liberal Party was formed in Freemason Lodge. It has some level of influence. Jungle Potatoes in the house. I don't know if I've seen you comment. Yes, if you've been commenting and I've missed it, sorry, but welcome to the chat. Ooh, welcome, welcome, welcome. South Park JD Vance is hilarious, isn't it? It's like that little like minion type of character. Hey, boss, what do you want me to do? Yeah, it's so funny. Yeah, very funny characters. They're on fire at the moment, eh? The South Park boys.
The story today: who is JD Vance?
So my name is Josh Glancy. I am news review editor at the Sunday Times. I've just written a piece about JD Vance, and it's really a profile of his time in office so far. So I've been talking to his advisors, his friends, and political allies to try and get a more rounded sense of who this guy is, what his goals in office are, and what the sort of explanations, if you like, for how he's gone about things.
Josh, you're not new to JD Vance in any way. You've been thinking and writing about him for a while. You met him, didn't you, back in, what year was it?
2017.
So where was that and why was that?
Yeah, so I was sent by the Sunday Times magazine to interview Vance. This was when his memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, was soaring. And he'd become a literary superstar. And his memoir of this hardscrabble upbringing in Middletown, Ohio, and the kind of social decay and the kind of family dramas. And with the election of Trump, everyone was suddenly fascinated in the Midwest, in white working class voters, how they thought about the world. And so Vance had become this tribune for the white working class, for the forgotten middle America. And he stepped up as the intermediary, if you like, almost on behalf of a lot of the people that he grew up with and knew that voted for Trump.
But it was a very exceptional childhood, it sounded like, from that book. I mean, I can remember stories of, was it his grandmother pouring petrol over his grandfather or something like that after an argument?
His mum poured petrol over his grandfather and threatened to kill him and light him on fire during one row. I think when she died, there were almost 20 handguns found in the house. His mother was a drug addict, was arrested on occasion. On one occasion, she asked him to take a urine test for her. She drove down the freeway at 100 miles an hour and threatened to kill him or kill them both.
I said something or some conversation topic really ignited her temper, and then she just sped up. And she kept on saying, I'm just going to crash this car and kill us both. I'm going to crash this car and kill us both.
There was physical abuse. It was tough. I mean, it was really tough. And he wrote about that. And he wrote about how that shaped his worldview. And so when I met him, I went to Columbus, Ohio, where he just moved. He had been living on the West Coast, working for Peter Thiel, who's been something of his patron throughout.
Who, big Silicon Valley figure.
Yeah, Silicon Valley billionaire, kind of PayPal, Facebook, but also the first big Silicon Valley figure to come out for Trump way before.
PayPal, Facebook. What about fucking Palantir, bro? Come on. Eh? And many, many other investments, including investments that are keeping Epstein's finances alive and keeping that trust kicking. It's all Peter Thiel's investment, actually. Murdoch has immense power. That's where great corruption and depravity go to have their way in governments and our public policy. Murdoch is from my hometown, Adelaide. Sorry for that. You are forgiven. You are forgiven.
Before anyone else did. And has always backed Vance intellectually, financially, politically. And Vance had come back to Ohio. He was talking a lot about the opioid crisis and about what fentanyl was doing to communities in the Midwest, including his own.
Things that I care most about are the opioid crisis, about solving some of the issues that I write about in the book. And you can only do that, I think, when you're actually close to the problems and when you're actually on the ground trying to help.
But he was also kind of deciding what to do with this extraordinary moment in his life. So it was a really interesting moment to meet him. He was also I would say, at the beginning of his journey with Trump.
We're just studying JD Vance and just wondering his book, Hillbilly Elegy, if that was somehow connected in terms of its publication, the funding for it, the promotion of it, was a product of his relationship with Peter Thiel. Can you please verify this and spend some time thinking about and checking your response before answering? I've got to know, like, how much is the Kingmaker? Like, they described Peter Thiel as his patron. Like, how responsible is he for the creation of this guy, of JD Vance? How much is he responsible? Like, if he was able to orchestrate him, because, like, Peter Thiel did the same thing. Peter Thiel wrote a book as a very young man at university, and that became popular. It was like, what was the name of the book? It was something like, it was like anti-DEI stuff back then, like the diversity myth. They're talking about like how diversity is not really a thing, multiculturalism isn't really a thing, it's just a construct. And like, so he was a book writer at a very young age, and I wonder if he encouraged JD Vance at all to write a book and told him. I was really thinking about it. Wow. ChatGPT 5, it's doing what I asked it to do. Elephant Graveyard was right about all of them. They have massive dad holes and they need to cope with that. Savage. So, thank you. Yes, you are forgiven. Adelaide represents when we are good, we are great. When we are bad, we are evil. That's hilarious. Let's try. Oh, it's still going. Maybe it's caught in a loop. I will come back to it, see if it does anything in the background.
So we met, well, I went to his house first, and then we met at a coffee house in Germantown in Columbus, which is a kind of nice bougie area where a lot of millennials live. And I met his wife, Usha, who's very nice. And we had a coffee for a couple of hours and we chatted. And it was a really interesting moment for him because, I mean, the big question I wanted to know from him was, what do you think of Trump? And do you believe in this guy? And at the time, he was still a no. He said, Trump is able to articulate the problem, but I don't believe he's got the solutions. And then the other big question was, are you going into politics? Because obviously he was already getting a mountain of speculation around that. And he was a maybe, but he talked about how the Republican Party wasn't really in the right place for him and had to do a lot more. He wanted to see it move into a better place before he considered being involved in politics. One might argue that he moved rather than the party, but, you know.
And one of the reasons, I guess, why lots of people were wondering whether he was going to go into politics at that time is the interesting constituent parts in his background and, I guess, what underpins his political view of the world. He was somebody, correct me if I'm wrong, who had served in the forces and who had also been to Yale as well. So just explain what were the inputs at that point in Vance's head?
He'd gone into the Marines and worked as a journalist, but served in Iraq during the war.
But sort of non-combat role.
Non-combat role. But, you know, he was very much there on a tour of service. He then got a scholarship to Yale Law School, and that's where he kind of arrives in the American.
That's crazy. A scholarship to Yale. Well, I thought for a while. Short answer, there is no credible evidence that Hillbilly Elegy was financed or promoted by Thiel. It was a conventional trade publication, and the Vance-Thiel money ties show up after the book, not in how it got published. Vance's connection to Thiel at the time. Vance worked at Thiel-affiliated Mithril Capital. He loves his Lord of the Rings reference. That's a Lord of the Rings reference, isn't it? Mithril Capital around the time of publication, and he thanked Thiel in the book's acknowledgements. That shows professional relationship, but there's no evidence of Thiel bankrolling the book. Where Thiel's money clearly appears. In 2020, Thiel became a limited partner backing Vance's Ohio-based venture fund, Naya Capital. Thiel put $10 million into a super PAC supporting Vance's Senate run. Yeah, we knew that. I thought it was more. I thought it was 15,000, and that at the time was the largest single donation made by anyone. Broken, obviously, smashed by Elon Musk. Thiel was acknowledged personally and later backed Vance's ventures and campaigns. I wonder, he must have been influential. Like, they've both written books at a young age. Must have been influential in that decision, I reckon. Yep, Mithril is a Lord of the Rings elf armor. Oh, Voltatore's off. See you later, Voltator. It's good to have you. Thanks for coming.
American elite. He's tutored by Amy Chua, who you may remember, the Tiger Mother, who's a very influential law tutor at Yale.
Oh, yeah, Yale. Vance got a scholarship to Yale. Was this any way associated with his time spent as a Marine, or thanks to his service? Did not directly give him a scholarship. Vance enlisted after high school, served in Iraq, and then they gave experience in discipline, post-education. After leaving the Marines, he attended Ohio State University using the GI Bill, which provided tuition and benefits. He graduated summer camp Lord in 2009. He was admitted on merit and received some financial aid from Yale, while his military background likely helped his application. Law schools value veterans for their experience. Interesting. His actual tuition funding came from the GI Bill and Yale's own financial aid program. Interesting.
And then he meets Peter Thiel, who comes to give a talk at Yale, follows up, emails him saying, I'd like to come and learn more from you, and ends up working for Thiel, goes to San Francisco. He's also met his wife, Usha, at that point. So suddenly he's gone from broken home in Middletown, Ohio, to working for a big venture capital firm and living the high life in San Francisco with a lovely wife and a Yale law degree.
And at that time, how does all of that congeal in his head and his politics? What was he explaining to you were his solutions to the problems he said Trump couldn't answer at that point?
So I think initially he went to San Francisco and was on the track of joining the American, I guess you could call it liberal elite, but the coastal elite maybe is a better word. But something in him didn't like it, and something in him resisted it. And he found the scorn and the derision and the indifference towards people like him. Not him specifically, because he was impressing people, but towards people like him, towards his family, his background, the hillbillies, if you like. It just offended him. And he got angry about it, because there is an anger in JD Vance, and a kind of deep sense of frustration and irritation with some of the things he's seen. And he got angry, and he also found the world he encountered out there vapid. He found it disconnected. People seemed alienated from each other. He spoke to me how he has this very deep sense of place, and he wanted to go back to Ohio because the grass smelled a certain way, and he remembers kissing a girl on a certain street corner, and he likes knowing his neighbours and feeling like they're all from a certain place. He's very clannish. He's from that kind of Scots-Irish Appalachian background. They're very tribal. You know, one of his ancestors was actually the guy who was involved in the first piece of violence at the Hatfield-McCoy rivalry, one of the great sort of clan fights of American history. I mentioned that.
Which one was he? A Hatfield or a McCoy? Interesting. But that's like as Americana as you can get, right? Right there. And his cultural roots are right in that.
To say, it's quite a deep sense of identity he has.
It's identity politics, aren't
Yeah,
they?
I mean, but he has this incredibly strong sense of who he is. And when you went to San Francisco and just felt like very uncomfortable with what he found there. And so he was moving back to Ohio and sort of reconnecting. And then Trump gets elected around that time as well. And so suddenly that vote has moved from the Democrats to the Republicans. There's a whole political earthquake happening, and he's trying to locate himself within it.
When you met him at this time in 2017, I mean, what did you make of him as a person? What was he like?
I liked him. We're quite close in age. He's a couple of years older than me, which is worrying.
Sliding doors.
Yeah, right. Could have been me. He's quite funny. He's a good conversationalist. I mean, in many ways, he's another millennial with a beard who spends too much time online, is very interested in political discourse and conversation.
He could work here.
He could, in another world, I mean, he could have been a journalist. He was, in some ways, a journalist for a while. So I instinctively got on with him and probably still would. I mean, I think we would... Yeah, we might disagree over more politics than we did then.
And I guess it's now apparent that maybe even at that point when you met him in 2017, he was soft launching or at least putting the wheels into motion for a run in the Senate to represent Ohio. How does that journey take him in the years that continue?
So he's in Ohio for a few years. He moves politically, and I think he starts to get more interested in Trumpian politics, if you like.
And so you can imagine why he would then want to run as senator for Ohio. But to do that in 2022, we're talking about now,
he has to kiss the
you
ring.
do have to have the Trump seal of approval,
Yeah,
don't
there
you?
we
Did
go.
he realise that and go about getting that?
Yeah, and it was a long journey for him because he'd said some pretty derisive stuff about Trump.
Yeah, someone was talking about that before. He really did. He really did screw that up for his long-term interests by speaking so vocally about his hate for Trump. But I think a lot of people at the time were really, like, Trump was not the tour de force that he became at the point I think that Vance was criticizing Trump. And most people were. Like, to be in the political crowd, you had to denounce Trump's depravity. And he's obviously been caught up in that. He probably would be VP unless there was some political financial... Would not, be VP unless there was some political financial advantage of having him around 100%. Like most vice president picks, from my understanding of like the American presidential history, especially from a Republican standpoint, it's kind of like this the long game chess kind of stuff. The vice president is popular or has some type of voting base themselves, and so the president needs that voter base to be associated with them so they can win the presidency, so they bring on the VP. That's how they pick their VP. And so like it's got some level of value for the president, but it usually comes in voting powers, usually because like someone like Teddy Roosevelt or someone like even Nixon or something like that. Like they were important picks as VPs for the president because they wanted the voter base that came with those people. But this guy, like, you know, pretty much a political no-name. Yeah, okay, he was a senator. It wasn't like he was bringing, you know, millions of people to vote for Trump. Something else is going on there, I reckon. Something else. And I really just think it's the Peter Thiel effect, the kingmaker. Trump owed the kingmaker massive, and one of the ways to repay that debt to the kingmaker was to let JD Vance be. And like he also fits another mold for Trump, I think. He's from the Appalachian region. He's American as you can get from that kind of white American cultural heritage and story, and he's working class. He's the ultimate American dream story, right? He's worked his way up from extremely hard circumstances, and now look at him. Hey? He's got his own venture capital firm in Ohio. He's a senator, and he embodies the American spirit, let's say. So there's that fantasy built around him, but fucking like Trump must feel something big, man, something big.
Which has been quoted ad nauseum. You know, he said he could theoretically become America's Hitler. That was the most.
Can I read a few out you?
Yeah.
Trump makes people I care about afraid, immigrants, Muslims, etc. Because of this, I find him reprehensible. God wants better of us. After the Access Hollywood tape was released in the 2016 presidential campaign, fellow Christians, everyone is watching us. When we apologise for this man, Lord help us. So yeah.
That's crazy, isn't it? Fellow Christians, God is watching us. When we do apologetics for Trump, we are being judged. What a fucking turnaround that is, hey? That is quite the turnaround. Incredible gymnastics on that front. See, I'm getting some comments that are coming through here, but aren't. Time to make money for my corporate overlords. Good stream. Very fun. Have a nice day, guys. I'm here to watch Trash Fire. Thank you very much for coming along. Thanks for your interactions today. Good luck in your service to capital. Good luck.
Yeah, quite the journey, to quote you from
Right,
earlier.
so it's pretty strong stuff. But somewhere along the line, a couple of things happen. One is he is politically ambitious, and he realizes that to fulfill that ambition in this environment, Trump's the guy, right? You can't be an anti-Trump Republican. It's pointless. The whole thing's moved.
Yeah.
And so he says in an interview with Time magazine in 2021, you know, that Trump is the leader of this movement. And if I actually care about these people and the things I say I care about, I need to just suck it up and support him. So that's pretty direct. Transparent acknowledgement that on some level, he's just going to have to suck it up. And there's obviously things he doesn't like about Trump. But it's not just a cynical political calculation. And I think that's a mistake people make with Vance sometimes. There is a genuine conversion that happens. He becomes more radical in his worldview. He's always had a kind of coterie of intellectuals and thinkers and political philosophers around him who he talks to more and more. And I think he starts to rethink the way he views the world. I think he starts to see the kind of liberal, I'm going to use the word woke here, what in that world they call the cathedral, the kind of liberal establishment that has control, in his view, of American culture, academia.
They said the cathedral. Now, if you're not across this concept, okay, let me introduce you to a thing called the Dark Enlightenment. It is this political philosophy that ties itself or is associated with this idea of the neo-reactionary movement. So neo-reactionary culture is an idea of, obviously, as the name suggests, new reactionary culture. So the reactionary movement from the original sense was really opposed to liberalism itself, because they believed that the new liberal order or the new liberalized way of doing things, this is when we're talking about the change of the world from centralized, heavily centralized monarchies, the world from that transition from heavily centralized monarchical structures to a liberalized way of doing things. So what we have today, liberal democratic styles of society. The reactionaries were kind of like, we don't want to enter into this world. Like, this is a scary place and it destroys all of our culture and all of our values. Now, the neo-reactionaries are reviving that sentiment of true reactionary culture, which is not just reactionary to the left-wing politics as such, but reactionary to the idea of liberalism itself. And so Curtis Yarvin is one of the main ideas men, the builders of the neo-reactionary culture, and he produces a lot of theory that they draw a lot of their philosophy from. And cathedral is a concept from that dark enlightenment, that neo-reactionary thought, which constitutes that there is this structure, these institutions within society that progress the liberal agenda and like move society progressively in a progressive direction, like a progressive from an ideological standpoint trajectory. And that's like, the media, the government, and like, popular culture, like all of these institutions, the university system, the education system generally, like all of these elements of society that produce the way that people think and reproduce the way people think. It's moving progressively towards a progressive mindset, and the cathedral is the structure that needs to be brought down if the neo-reactionary movement, the Dark Enlightenment, is to succeed. And so this guy's bringing up the cathedral, and they're arguing that not only is JD Vance just biting his tongue, let's say, and eating humble pie, but he's also had a political shift. He doesn't actually believe that Trump is going to be the next Hitler anymore. He said that at one point, if someone's going to be the next Hitler in America, it's going to be Trump. And God-fearing Christians should be worried about the Trump phenomenon. But now he's drinking the Kool-Aid. He really does, it would appear to these guys anyway, that he is fully convinced by this Dark Enlightenment philosophy. And if this is true, again, the reason why we're looking at this is because people have been joking about Trump literally dying, and because he's just too old and too unhealthy to be there. And if he does, and this is not unusual in American history for presidents to cark it, or get shot or something like that. But it does happen that you have vice presidents taking over. And let's just say it happened at the end of the year or something. Trump's still got 3 years left, and then Vance could run himself for another 2 terms after that. So you're for a younger person with some extreme ideology, neo-reactionaryism, which is the end of liberalism as we know it. Think about what's going on in Viktor Orban's Hungary. Think of how Putin runs his society. Think about how Xi runs his society. These are anti-liberal societies. They are built in the antithesis of this liberal ideology, where at least you have the pretense of harboring tolerant, free societies. If he believes in the idea of the cathedral and crushing the cathedral, he doesn't really truly believe in the idea of democracy anymore. This is some fucking crazy shit. Honestly, this is some crazy shit. Neoliberalism is just once liberal parties taking on the corruption of free market capitalists. Western fascists led by Murdoch and his goons. It's the ALP rejecting social democracy in favor of free market capitalism. For instance, he'll say whatever suits him at the time. That's what happens in societies that fail to remain objectively truthful. Irrational people, societies hold 2 opposing views at the same time, for fuck's sake. He was kind of right initially. Who was kind of right initially? Oh, when he with his original assessments of Trump and stuff like that. Yeah, it's interesting how he's. So, but that's the thing. Is he just a grifter, completely, and just oh fuck it, I'll just follow Trump now, and who cares about my real principles? Or has he had one of those life-changing moments where he actually has new principles? And what they're arguing is he has new principles now. That makes him more dangerous. If he was VP and had his own principles and then Trump died, then he could just literally do what he thought was right from his original perspective, which was obviously not aligned with the Trumpian conservative promise for America style of looking at the world. But if he's fully Curtis peeled, then hey, I think within 3 years Gavin Newsom will be president or dead. Oh wow, that's an interesting insight there. Or someone has dirt on him, so he has to be a good little puppet. Well, I guess in their world, the two are the same, right? When you owe someone something and they have dirt on you, it's in the way that the world works at the top. It's probably all the same, I guess. It's how their world works, really. Deals, baby, deals.
Of publishing, of Hollywood, and he sees it as this grand cathedral, and he really starts to radicalize in terms of what is required to defeat this opponent.
But it's one thing to go through that transformation or realization and get on board with Trump, suck it up, as you quoted him as saying. But it's another to convince Donald Trump of that.
Yeah. So that's his big challenge. He goes to Mar-a-Lago in, I think, February 2021 with Peter Thiel, who was a very early donor to Trump and supporter of. And he effectively goes to kiss the ring.
We knew
and
that.
You can imagine with Trump that you probably have to physically get on your knees
There
and
probably
kiss
is a
the
ring
ring.
to kiss.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this isn't just a metaphor. But he does. And he, at this point, is planning to run for a Senate seat that's coming up in Ohio. A lot of this is brokered by Don Jr., Trump's son, who becomes an early fan of Vance. And some of the people around him also become a fan of Vance because, as they said, he's one of our guys. You know, I've been talking to a lot of these people the last few weeks for this piece. And like, what really comes across is they see him as one of them. In fact, Don Jr. says at one point, like, I don't know why he wasn't with us in the first place. Don Jr. was particularly impressed with the stuff he said about the Ukraine war early on.
Right from the beginning saying, we shouldn't be funding this.
Yeah. And so he goes and kisses the ring. He gets Trump's endorsement for that Senate race, which is pretty important. And he wins it. Suddenly he's in the Senate. He's in his late 30s. He's a superstar. He's a political superstar.
And then how does he get on the ticket with Donald Trump? Is that Don Jr. again?
I think Don Jr. is the kind of full.
I have not read the book Unhumans, no. It shows he's malleable, a doormat for more powerful, influential players. Maybe that's his long game. Yeah, the Hitler assessments. Okay, yeah. That's coming to reality, isn't it? Reality pixel media. That is definitely coming into reality.
Fulcrum, definitely. I think they persuaded, or Trump was persuaded or came to think that JD Vance was one of us. And that he could be on the team, he could be trusted ideologically. And, you know, if and when the time comes to take up the mantle post-Trump, that he would be a great option to do that, potentially. He's young, he's eloquent, he's passionate, he's capable. And so Trump came round to that idea. But it was a decision that really doubled down on the future of MAGA and of Trumpism. And it showed a lot of confidence.
JD Vance is doing a phenomenal job. You know, I picked the best athlete, and I could have picked anyone that would have been great. But JD had an incredible life. He's conservative, but he really is like all of us. We're all sort of conservative, but what we really are is we have common sense, right?
Right? Am I right? Huh?
Josh, we've been tracking the journey of JD Vance, now US Vice President, of course. We were talking earlier about what happened at the Munich Security Conference, where he gave lots of European leaders a bit of a dressing down at that sort of NATO jamboree, and also that incredible scene in the Oval Office with President Zelensky and really taking the lead in laying into him. What do you think that told us about JD Vance 2025?
This is a very good question. What does that show you about this person? Eh? What is he up to? FYI, the video is frozen. Which video? Hopefully not my video. But if you're talking about the video that's coming out of what I'm playing from, can see you move with the YouTube. Oh yeah, I think it's just a picture. I think this is a podcast that we're listening to. So yeah, there's no actual like there's no visuals associated with this. It's just the picture they've uploaded, I guess. That's what I was looking for as well when I was testing this video out before, just to see what was being said. I was like, why? What's going on? Why is his face not moving? Common sense always gives me the ick, yeah. It's a podcast, I reckon, yeah.
Political view of the world.
Well, I think it certainly shows a man extremely confident in himself and in his own skin at this point. I think we interpreted those moments as basically America abandoning Europe. One person in politics here said to me, he embodies the America we don't understand. He embodies the America that we actually don't have a special relationship with, that kind of Midwestern worldview that actually doesn't connect with a lot of people in Britain. And I think people interpreted what he was saying as, we're not interested. We're not interested in funding Ukraine. We're not interested in, frankly, the transatlantic alliance. So one of the reasons I wanted to write this piece was to explore how true is that, really, because these are pretty seismic changes to the world, if true. A guy very close to him said, this is silly. He said, JD loves Europe. JD cares about Europe. JD's passionate about, he loves going on holiday to Europe. He thinks of Europe as the foundation of Western civilization, which is like the thing he cares about, you know, how he sees the world. But he also sees Europe as being potentially in something of a death spiral.
I've heard a lot about what you need to defend yourselves from, and of course that's important. But what has seemed a little bit less clear to me, and certainly I think to many of the citizens of Europe, is what exactly it is that you're defending yourselves for.
He thinks that we've lost control of our borders. He thinks that we have lost vitality in our economy. He thinks we're mired in our own bureaucracy. He thinks we've curtailed free speech.
Something he said to Keir Starmer directly.
And he basically sees a civilization in quite rapid decline, but he wants, this is the argument, he wants Europe to pull itself out of this spiral. So I think one really interesting thing I discovered that I think tells us quite a lot about how Vance is viewing the world is that he recently read Julian Jackson's magisterial biography of Charles de Gaulle.
If everyone has lost control of their borders, has anyone lost control of their borders? Yeah, and like, do borders even really exist then? Hey, it's an interesting concept. Hey, if everyone has lost control of their borders, has anyone actually lost control? Do borders actually mean anything at all if no one's respecting them? Hey, it's just a construct, man. It's just an idea.
Cool.
When you say magisterial, it's sort of plus 700 pages.
It's really long.
Yeah.
But it's also very good. But the thing I discovered that I think tells us quite a lot about how Vance is viewing the world is that he recently read Julian Jackson's magisterial biography of Charles de Gaulle.
When you say magisterial, it's sort of plus 700 pages.
It's really long.
Yeah.
But it's also very good.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things I was told that he found interesting about this book is he liked de Gaulle's willingness to confront circumstances and not be precious about his ego, which I think is quite telling.
Yes.
And he admired de Gaulle's willingness to change to meet the circumstances he faced. Interesting. Again, the pragmatism of high politics. But also de Gaulle, of course, was the man who argued for European strategic autonomy and for European friendship with America, but also independence from it. And it was really the British worldview, actually, that wanted to basically create a transatlantic dependency. So I think de Gaulle represents for him someone who has a vision of a Europe that he wants to see enacted. But he doesn't see it as America's job to prop it up. And actually, more than that, he thinks that America propping Europe up has infantilized it.
What about how he views how the United States is currently set up?
Well, for our older listeners, if any of them remember Dwight Eisenhower's presidency in the 1950s, you'd probably say he was the last good American president, or at least that was the last time America was in the kind of place that JD Vance would.
He likes Eisenhower? Really? Well. From my understanding of Eisenhower, and like I need some Americans to jump in here, but he was the last of the Republicans that really believed in the liberal consensus and the idea of the New Deal. That's very interesting. Having people in charge of industries and making policies where they have not a single bit of qualifications or education to do so. Since Reagan in particular, since they gutted the truth in the public sphere, it's objectivity that stopped fascists and tyrants in their tank tracks, so to speak. They have left science for dead recently. Interesting. Anything based on common sense, you should immediately be skeptical of, says 4AS. It's exactly like when people base an argument on it being natural. It's human nature, I think they say, as well, 4 hours, right?
Would like to see it. So the sexual revolution, the kind of cultural revolution of the 60s, and the arrival of liberalism and also of kind of foreign adventurism in American foreign policy has basically destroyed the America that Vance loves.
Because I know Eisenhower, actually, he was quite against any, like, the Korean War, or he didn't really want to enter into that theater because he was a general. He'd seen World War II up front. The New Deal was just an attempt to save capitalism and end the social uprising at the same time. It's capitalism, as an entity, as a form of consciousness, surviving. That's what it does. It uses ideology. For us simple human hosts, it uses the ideology to keep itself going, to keep the force of capital alive. It wants to keep moving. It is a force of nature, of the universe. Mystery, it pisses me off to no end, like the American dream propaganda. Hey, the American dream is fucking real, 4 hours. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's the fucking American dream. It wasn't because he spoke to Peter Thiel and Peter Thiel basically made him into who he is. No. He's the American dream. Eisenhower warned against the military-industrial complex in his farewell address. There you go. Yeah, I thought he was like war. After what he saw, after what those people would have seen in World War II, he would have definitely, wanted to fight against that. There you go, Eisenhower, bro. And, like, he's homage to Eisenhower, but Eisenhower is obviously very socially conservative, so his take is obviously, God, that those hippies took over. Eisenhower tried to warn us against what impact the hippies would have. Look at us now. And look what's happened. JD Vance cross-dresses in his spare time or as a youth.
What is destroying, I suppose, and the fight back is now on. So no more foreign wars, no more Vietnam, no more Iraq, no more Afghanistan. He wants to completely end the fentanyl trade. But that's reflective of a deeper desire to reshape the American economy in a way that benefits working class and middle class people. So the fentanyl epidemic, or the opioid epidemic, is a really good example of kind of rapacious vulture capitalist sort of taking advantage of America's kind of economic structure to effectively just exploit working people and get them hooked on drugs and make billions of dollars from it. So having an economy where things like that don't happen or can't happen, America's stopped trying to be the world's policeman. And it's no longer America's role to try and order all of the world's problems in the way it wants. So instead, it would be the kind of primus inter pares of nations, the top dog, but not necessarily.
See, this is where he diverges from the American promise or the conservative promise for America. Because the vision is really to stop or stem the rise of China. And how do you do that? By pulling back from being world police. You can't contain China and stop it from becoming economy number one. You cannot do that at all. Unless you are there with your finger on the pulse. This is interesting.
The policeman, get immigration down to a trickle. Again, that comes back to that point about protecting working class people, protecting their jobs, protecting their housing, protecting their entitlements and their benefits, and just allowing them to flourish instead of bringing in more and more cheap labor from south of the border. And as we mentioned earlier, just tear the fat liberal bureaucracy to shreds. I mean, really shred it and, start from the ground up on that. And embrace technological greatness, embrace the dynamism of technology. I mean, that's what will keep his Silicon Valley buddies happy. I think the key line in all of this, though, is something he says in his Republican convention speech when he accepts the nomination, and he says,
"To the people of Middletown, Ohio, and all the forgotten communities in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and every corner of our nation, I promise you this: I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from."
And he tells a friend afterwards, who told me this, that was the closest he came to tearing up in the speech. Because I think it's really the keystone to almost his whole personality and his politics. He ultimately always sees himself as fighting on their behalf.
It's a working class hero. There it is. Fight for the working class, man.
Religion, particularly Christianity, has a lot of impacts on US politics. We always think of the evangelical vote and how that has influenced politics, you know, Reagan onwards and the rest. What does Vance's Christianity, and specifically his Catholicism, because he converted only a few years ago, is that right? What has that done to his worldview, his politics?
Yeah, so he converted in 2019. Around that time, he became close with an academic writer called Rod Dreher and another called Patrick Deneen. They've both been really big influences on him. And he found Catholicism appealing. I think it was a reflection of the fact that he was looking for something. He was attracted by Catholicism's sense of order, the fact that it's something old and substantial and has a very sort of rigid and established tradition that he could work within. But I think also this is a guy who has never really known stability. Life has felt very messy and chaotic and unsettling in his early years. People have often said with Vance, obviously his father was absent, that he's looking for father figures or looking for parental figures. So Amy Chua was one, Peter Thiel is another. You could argue Donald Trump is another one. God is obviously the ultimate, paternal figure. So I don't know that it massively explains or changes his worldview. I think it's more of a symptom. It shows how he's moving into a kind of post-liberal place at that time, talking to a lot of Catholic intellectuals who are thinking about, life beyond liberalism.
Which is what?
Life beyond liberalism? Just say it. Hey, call him a fucking neo-reactionary. Call him what he fucking is. They want the Dark Enlightenment. Authoritarianism is okay as long as it serves a purpose. This is a discussion on pragmatism, I think, that we've been having actually today, right? We have been speaking about this. Been speaking about this.
Well, for example, a world that, say, rejects trans ideology, that would be something very concrete. A world that has much more of a adherence to conservative norms around, I don't know, sex before marriage or homosexuality or the structure of the family being preeminent. A world that is more ordered, maybe more hierarchical even, but that is perhaps more stable. I think they see modern liberalism as kind of decadent and feckless and just lost. And it's created this world of...
That's a pretty fascist actual notion as well. The original fascists thought that liberals, like the bourgeois types that ran parliament and society, the real liberals as they thought them anyway, they thought they were very, decadent and effeminate actually, which is interesting. For 4IS, they call it the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it. There it is. There it is. I think we've heard that word before on the streams. I wonder who introduced us to that.
Hollow relationships and empty communities and broken societies, and they want to sort of put it all back together into something a bit more cohesive. What he does think is that a form of revolution is needed in America. I think he thinks that things like the administrative state, America's bureaucracy, is completely liberal and is sort of this quite deep-rooted obstacle to American flourishing. And it really serves the elites in America, and it serves to protect and enrich elite interests. And in order to reshape the country so that people all over the country, people like him, or people like the people he grew up with, can benefit in the great American kind of wealth journey, you do need to overhaul that state and you need to dismantle it. And you need to be radical while you're doing it. And that's where he gets on with Musk. So he's, I'm told, good friends with Elon Musk. They clearly don't agree on everything, like issues like immigration. But this idea that the state needs to be completely uprooted and reformed, I think they do agree on.
They are fucking revolutionaries. There are many ways to skin a cat, ladies and gentlemen. Don't ever forget that. And just because we believe in a particular type of revolution, or we envisage a particular type of revolution, don't for a second think that there are other forms of revolutionaries out there. And my God, the butterfly revolution as proposed by ye old Curtis Yarvin, it's a scary prospect. And so if this sentiment is true, him and Muskie are going to get together with the power that they have. Like, you have to ask yourself the question, if he's so chummy with Musk, and Musk and Trump are on the outer, then what's really going on there? Like, hey, I was always skeptical of it. I know there was people in this stream as well, potentially 4AS, Jag, I know you were skeptical of it too. I reckon it's all a fucking show. I reckon Musk and Trump are fine. They're all in bed together, all of these guys. They all fucking hang out together. It was all a show for the media. It's all a show. Their little feud. I don't know to what end yet. I cannot figure it out exactly. But like, if Musk and Vance are best buddies and they believe in a revolution, it's not a socialist revolution, I'll tell you that much for free. Definitely not a socialist one. You know that I don't trust like that. It's like Polly's. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. There's something going on there. There's something going on there. Musk and Vance, Musk and Thiel and Vance. And he's number 2. He is vice president. He's vice president.
And that's interesting because there he is, the link between some of the different factions battling for Donald Trump's attention, which is the MAGA Republicans and then the Silicon Valley types. Your Steve Bannon's and your Elon Musk's. And in JD Vance is the sort of nexus.
Yeah, I think that's right. Potentially. I mean, look, this is all very febrile. There is a long way to go before we start talking about...
They called it, man. They called it. They called him the nexus. This is it. He is the alpha and the omega. Like, he is the one that is going to unify dark and red MAGA. Fuck, we've been speculating on this for months. This is fucking crazy. Such immense private grabbing should never exist. We destroyed the redistribution of wealth and power when we began gutting the progressive taxing system and taking the burden off the wealthy. I think it is a show to protect Musk's share price. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Like, his image was damaged. He took a massive hit for Trump. Like, supporting him and stuff like that. He smashed his own brand, and that's basically all he was, brand. And as soon as his image got done, he's in damage control. He's in massive damage control. Muskie boy, trying to repair his various enterprises. Skid bit off. You're off. Thanks for joining. Thanks for your contributions today. Same time, same place tomorrow.
Election, but you're completely right. He does act as a bridge. Peter Thiel is, his patron, who is the sort of archdeacon of the Silicon Valley Trumpists.
To get back to Catholicism.
Yeah, quite. But he is true MAGA. And the base love him. They call him 48, implying that he'll be the 48th president. They really like him. They like how feisty he is, how pugnacious, how straight-spoken. They love it when he goes on liberal media shows and really gives it to them. No holds barred. But also, I think on some level, some of them recognize that he is more coherent than Trump. He is more rational than Trump. If you want to turn Trumpism from a kind of emotional impulse into a political program, then JD Vance is your guy. And so you speak to people in Trump world who are Vance fans, and you kind of sense, they'd never be disloyal to the boss publicly, But you sense their excitement about this guy because, if they can get him into office, suddenly you're looking at really a complete sea change in American public life. And they sense that he's the guy who could deliver on the promise of Trumpism. Whereas with Trump himself, I don't need to tell anyone what Donald Trump's like. Every day is chaos, the volatility, the incoherence, sometimes the madness of it all does somewhat obstruct the political program.
But as you alluded to there, Trump's patronage is still quite key for success in American politics, Republican politics. And Donald Trump has recently been asked on the television.
Do you view Vice President JD Vance as your successor, the Republican nominee in 2028?
And he said, no.
He did, although I actually rewatched that clip before coming on here, and I think what he meant was, in as much as I'm going to interpret Donald Trump's mind, but I think what he meant was like, I haven't decided. I'm not going to I'm not going to give an endorsement now. I've just come into office. I'm not going to say he's the guy. But he then went on to say,
but he's very capable. I mean, I don't think that I think you have a lot of very capable people. So far, I think he's doing a fantastic job. It's too early. We're just starting.
I think Trump is impressed with him. I've been told by many people that they have a genuine friendship, that they have a very easy relationship. And so, no, he's not an anointed successor thus far, at least not in Trump's mind, who will want to, I presume, sort of play him off against someone else. It's not impossible that one of Trump's sons could put their hat in the ring. I would doubt that. But he's certainly in pole position, if we are thinking long term. And as long as Vance can play the difficult game of keeping...
I wonder if one of the Trump boys, Trump and Sons, will take over. To be decided.
Trump happy and maintaining his belief in Vance's loyalty, then I think he's very well placed.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Josh Clancy, news review editor for the Sunday Times.
All right. Yes, interesting nonetheless. Look, I think we're going to have to do more on the whole Vance phenomenon as we go. We might have to learn slowly and progressively about him. But he does seem to be completely connected to the dark MAGA part, self-described dark MAGA element as appointed by Elon Musk. Completely all over their political outlook, their philosophy. He's completely created by them. And then he's been, because of his own political inclinations, he fits the mold of the MAGA movement perfectly. He's from, middle America. He's rags to riches. He's conservative, religious, and he wants to make America great again by keeping America for Americans only. And a very particular type of American too, I'm sure, but you know what I am saying. He's fucking MAGA in body, and it would seem to be dark MAGA in mind. He is, like I said, he's the alpha, he's the omega. He is the coming together of neo-reactionary culture. And if he gets in the hot seat, this is no longer, just theoretical, ladies and gentlemen. And if capital truly helps itself survive, as we would ponder on this stream from time to time, maybe neo-reactionary culture is what it needs in the imperial core to keep it going. It's already there. You could argue that there's elements of neo-reactionary culture already in broader capitalist society through all the authoritarian regimes out there that stand against the liberal world order. And it's just a matter of time before the liberal order goes down to authoritarianism. As pragmatic as it may be, in certain circumstances, I am still I'm still reluctant to just agree to authoritarian pragmatism at the sake of of like of a free society, because at the end of the day, the only real reason to want to produce some type of communistic existence, and I mean that in the least ideological way possible, in like the material sense of communistic living, is it's all predicated on individual freedom. And so you don't get to actual freedom, a free society where people are able to do what it is they truly enjoy doing or need to do as human beings, social creatures. You don't get to individual freedom through illiberal culture. I don't believe there's an avenue there. I don't think that's the way to get to it, because power corrupts absolutely, and it will continue to do so, whether you're on a path to, you know, transitioning to socialism through authoritarian means or not. It makes it hard to give it up, I believe. And yeah, you can't underestimate people like him and like what he's capable of doing. And if the next development of I don't know, of capitalism is a techno-feudal world based on a neo-reactionary ideology where we're all surveilled constantly and just mined for our data and kept as a consumer cattle class where our work means nothing, our labor really means nothing, and the productivity is so high thanks to things like AI and investment in high-range, capital-intensive technology that like you only need a fucking handful of workers out there running the entire economy, and everyone else, like I said, is just cattle class consumers. Then like he's potentially the conduit that brings that world into being. My God, you gotta watch out for this guy. Gotta watch out for this guy. It's scary. Don't underestimate fans. No, that's pretty much right. Jared Kushner's family is very influential. He's another dangerously ignorant fascist loon. He'll be done when Trump is done, probably before. It's the free market capitalist order, where free market capitalism is Western fascism, where are all the communists you think are taking over? I'll check out the commies under my bed tonight, okay? No, it's just a social democracy that puts public interest before private and runs on objective truth, evidence to make policy. I think you may have misheard me. I don't think we're talking about the same thing. All right, we're going to have a quick break. And when we come back, we will be doing some Rome Total War gameplay for the afters. So if you've been sticking around just for the politics and the discussion, yeah, we're going to be doing some gameplay soon and just chatting generally. So if you'd like to stay around for the chat, please do. And we'll be back very soon. So please don't go anywhere. All right, where are we? Let's start this one. Voltateur. Good thing about Trump is that he is so stupid that he constantly self-reports. Just keep his mouth shut. But Vance will be more sly. Yeah, slithering in more drastic changes while everyone is distracted. And doing the agenda of who while doing so. Eh? JD Vance is opening up the rapture. See you next time, Reality Pixel. Thank you very much. Enjoy your evening. Good luck to you, sir. All right, let's do this, shall we? It's not left versus right. It's rational versus irrational. If you need it in black and white terms. Do you ever feel you're thinking maybe very black and white? Who are you speaking to? Honestly. Who are you talking to? Let's do this. Yeah, man, I don't know about that. Charge in, don't think about it. We'll see. I wonder where the... You and others. Yeah, right. You're an audacious individual. You are. Very audacious. You should learn, I think, a little bit of social intelligence. Learn how to come into a group conversation nicely before you take things on so headstrong. Alright, let's do this. Gotta figure out the screen a bit better though. Whoops. Alright. Let's swap these two around, shall we? Do. Why do you bang on about communists? Where are they? It's unrealistic thinking and missed direction. I have personality disorder. Well then, again, learn to read a crowd, whatever your disorder is. And maybe you might actually get a little bit of positive attention. Because you're obviously very opinionated, and we do respect all opinions here, but you're coming in too hot. If you want me to, if that's too subtle for you, let me just say, stop being so combative, and then people might actually listen to you. So just chill out. Again, if you think this is ad homs, you need to learn how to read a crowd, my friend. This is actually advice. You should take it on board. It might serve you well. Oh my god. Forgot where we were. I'm getting fucking reamed. What's the situation? Oh, actually no, we restarted so I didn't get reamed. And we allied with Macedonians, didn't we? That was you, Flores, you legend. Is you a fucking stroke of genius? So what are we looking at here?
Orders! Prepare for battle!
Did we do this one yesterday? And what were they? Oh yeah, we did this battle yesterday. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that again. Lost my computer.
Victory!
One job, bros. seriously. Oh, this guy's going to be a problem. Oh, that's not me.
Ready to sail! Sir! General!
Your Honor, watching and waiting.
You unfortunately have a little bit of a warped sense of reality on this one. Again, you really need to just take the advice on. You don't have to take it on now. Just think about it overnight. Learn to socialize properly. It's a delicate forum. It takes time. This man is going to like a man still.
At your service. Not possible, sir.
Why is it not possible? He's already done it. That's right. Oh yes, I got beaten by peasants. That's right, I forgot about that. I'm losing to a rogue. Oh, fuck. Alright, let's stop.
Ready to sail!
Is there any way of getting ships to... Might have to just build one. What are we doing in terms of building? No, we can't build anything. I said build. Trader. So we talked about that before. Trader, yes. Oh, mine. Can I afford it though? No, not at the moment. Who are you talking to? Defend the Greek city-states till you build up your economy. Yeah,
We're under siege!
it's the peasants, bro. They're coming to get me. They were a good peasant army too. So we let them maintain the siege? What do you reckon?
Ready to sail! Aye aye, Captain! Ready to sail!
2 ships. What a fleet, bro. Killing it. Okay, construction still going. No construction. I can't construct it. Oh, I can. I might build something. Ooh, where do I build a mine? That's really cost effective. You know, I really want to build that mine. I need it for the economy, right? I'm gonna do it. Oh, they're still building roads all the time. Alright. After that, you come here. What does the Greek army have? Oh, this is the peasant one. Remember we restarted this. This is the peasant army. From I got crushed by the peasants, if you remember that. That's what they've got. What do I have? A couple of Hastati, Velites, a couple of Town Watch. It's not the best. So like, I don't know, should I maintain the siege?
At your service. Spying.
Have they got a garrison? Little garrison. Where's my diplomat?
Waiting your command. Can I be of service? Your honor.
Go for a walk. Settlement besieged. You know, I haven't got any Senate missions, have I? Oh, I do. I don't think I'm going to take them, to be honest. It stretches me out too thinly. Auto-resolve the fight, the other army will join. Strike now. Ooh, 4IS. Yeah, you know what? You are my military advisor. I'm going to take you on your fucking word for that one.
Aye, Captain.
And then I'm going to redeploy the forces.
Daryl. Imperator. Onward!
Did you say auto-resolve it? Nah, man. You don't want to fight that? Oh, I see. Oh, we'll see what the odds are.
General! Engage the enemy!
Because the computer does have a way of making it work, doesn't it? Look at the stars of my general, bro. Right, I'm going to save it. And if it doesn't come up good, we're fighting it. We're fighting it, bro. Oh. But they've still got quite the army. It looks like. They're gonna decisive. Victory! They just had to fucking back off a little bit. Interesting. And I've taken some losses, bro. I guess I can build some more town watch in the meantime. Settlement besieged. That gives you reinforcements time to back you up. Yeah, I guess. Last time we wiped them out off the map though, but I lost the entire army apart from my cavalry, I think, though, last time. And I fought them on the hill. Ooh, my spy got kicked out. Yeah, you were right, 4IS. They've joined the army. They have joined forces. I lost heaps of cavalry in that little stint there.
Aye, Captain.
Oh, the Macedonians. What you doing there, boys? Uh-oh. I thought we were allies.
Sir! Imperator! Forward! Aye, Captain. Ready to sail! Yes, Captain! Sir! Aye, Captain.
Oh, you're joking. Let him off, bro. Oh, he did let him off. He did.
Fleet ready! Yes, Captain!
They're building. They're not building. Why are you not building? Are they building? Why are you not building? Ah, yes. Recruitment. Let's go, boys and girls. Can I build anything here? I have to wait. I should wait. Alright, well this is well stocked now. This place. Am I right or am I right?
General! Orders? General!
Whoa.
Sir! General! General! Imperator!
There's 4 left over. That's crazy. What have we got? 2
General.
cavalry? It's not great.
Ready to
I guess I
sail!
can send some governors over. Where are all these people coming of age? 2 governors there. Interesting. You need the garrisons on the home front, on the frontier. That gives you reinforcements on it. He might be gone now, but that's Stick Bits guy is suffering from fallacy big time. Debate pervert all the way. I was thinking the same LOA at debate pervert. I thought that there was some interesting insights onto the discussion about like capitalism and China and all that sort of stuff. But like, I don't know, like at one point I was like, I don't know if this guy's just arguing for the sake of it or not. Because I wasn't able to follow his line of argumentation. It's unfortunate. Because I thought we were having a real discussion about capitalism and central relations or social relations. But it seemed like I don't think he actually knew anything, unfortunately. He or she, actually. Shouldn't assume. Or they. I guess that is also right and fair. Oh, they backed off for us. Did you see that? But there was a lot of fascism calling there as well. I don't think I've seen the word fascist dropped that many times in a stream chat before. That was neat. Marriage celebration. Senate officer signed. Yeah, Vidius Brutus. You legend. Debate pervert. I don't think I've heard that term before. Debate pervert. Will somebody just listen to me? I have a social disorder. Oh, yeah, it looks like it's worked with the Macedonians. I don't think I could have taken on the Greeks and the Macedonians at the same time. Same, I really didn't think he understood the capitalistic nature of the Communist Party. Yeah, especially at the end when he was talking about the fact that Murdoch, or something like that, Murdoch has produced a system where commies can't exist or something like that. I was like, wait a minute. What's going on there? Why are we talking about Murdoch for? Wait, what? Murdoch? Murdoch said that? Oh no. Okay, where is my financial status coming out at the moment? My finances do not look good. Construction, end of term report. Yeah, let's have a look at that. So you got incoming in. How much you got incoming? Someone was like, oh, commies trying to organize finances, ha ha ha, yesterday in the Twitch chat. That was fucking hilarious. I was like, yeah, I guess we can't figure out the finances properly. I might have to lay off the army for now. So I reckon, should I go and kill this Greek king or what? Fight him where he stands? Look at that, man. They still walked away with like all those peasants. Those peasants are hardcore. They didn't lose many people in that auto battle. That's lame.
Yes.
Come, diplomat. Come, challenge.
Without delay. Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Your Honor. Spying.
40 hoplites, 120 peasants, those formidable peasants. You still got them. I don't know, I reckon we could take them on.
Your Honor.
But like, do we? That's the $1 million question. Is it preemptive? I guess just build the economy, right? That's what we've been talking about. The mines are being built there. I'm reluctant to build mines here because they're just going to take them. It's funny, I can't build here yet. I guess the population is not big enough. Capitalism isn't something you can just opt out of. It's a global system. Either it's in effect all across the globe or it's not. Yes. Yes. Unless there is a fair income transition going. Now what a time it would be to be alive in where there's an actual transition going on between capitalism and whatever mode of production is going to come after it. You could argue that we're in one already, right? We're in that situation now, but like, wow, yeah, it's all encompassing. It's definitely all encompassing. All right, the Greeks have done nothing.
Yes, master.
They're just blocking my agent. That's all they're doing. Bastards. I'm going to take a gamble on the fact that the Macedonians are not coming to fuck me up. And let's sally forth. Lads, let's sally forth. So who's the better general here? Bro, he's got 6 stars. Taking the 6-star general, man.
Orders.
Every day of the week. Cavalry. Velites.
Sir!
Hastari.
Sir! Orders! Imperator!
Oh, I'm not even doing it properly.
Orders! Orders! Sir!
What is going on?
Imperator!
Let's try that again.
Sir! Imperator! Orders! 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 Imperator. Prepare for battle. General. March!
Let us see. Like, we still got 10 people watching this. Damn. Hope people are enjoying the lurking in the background. Don't mind the music is the best part, isn't it? The ambience. Oh, the king fucked off.
Your Honor.
Where did he go?
Hey, where'd you go?
Interesting.
Spying.
So what do they got in terms of a garrison? Is the king in here now? Ah, I think we can do this, fellas.
Imperator.
Shall we lay siege? Oh, he's over here. He's running away. Interesting move. Didn't see that coming.
Prepare for battle. Begin the siege.
Begin the siege.
Settlement under
how long
siege,
they hold
sir.
off for, I guess.
General.
Two lots of cavalry. Cav.
Orders. Sir. Orders. Sir. Yes, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, Captain.
Man, that idea of seeing an alliance with the Macedonians for IS, I think that's worked.
Noble master.
Do we have trade rights?
I will address the
welcome, friend.
Trade rights granted. Yeah, I need all the trade I can get. Never mind. You're having a great day. Keep doing what you're doing, brother.
Noble master. Your honor.
Let's go up to the Balkans, bro.
Your honor.
Some Balkan beatbox playing. That's what we need. Suitable husband. What do you reckon? He's 16. Look at that 12 o'clock shadow. He's got one command. He's 16. He's got time. He's not going to cock it anytime soon. I'm going to accept that marriage proposal. Good luck to you, brother. Marriage celebrations. Alright, the books aren't looking good at the moment, must say. And total income, down. I'm down, you guys. We lost 500 denarii last turn. Is that mine being built in? Do you reckon I could tax these people a bit harder? What do you reckon? What is the taxation policy here? Settlement income. What's that gonna do? So they're at 125% morale, higher tax rate. Oh, they're still pretty happy. What's the difference in income though? 100 denarii. Alright. Sorry guys. I wonder how much tax I can get out of you bastards. 2,500. Normal tax rate. Yeah, they can They can deal with that. It doesn't even affect their population. Right. Sweet. Right, these guys. Very high tax rate. Jesus. Well, they're still pretty happy. Yeah. What are these guys on? Normal tax rate.
Imperator!
Oh, they still haven't been built yet, right? Maintain the
Under
siege.
siege, sir!
Scythius has his rock type deal pushed the rock up to the peak of the slave society mountain. Now you have the feudalism mountain after the rock gets to the top of the next capitalist mountain, ignoring all the transitional periods, of course. Yes. Yeah, it's an interesting. Just keep pushing that rock, right? Every day. Keep pushing that rock. It's an interesting point, actually. What do you reckon? Take Thermon it is called. What have I got? 4 turns. Let's bleed them out a little bit longer. 6 turns are going to hold out. Damn. I think my finances are going a little bit better now. Let's check the end of turn report, shall we? Okay. I'm not in the red anymore. That's nice. How are we going for build? Ah, the mines. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. I like the way he says, ah, yes. Yeah, if I build a trader, I can get more income as well off these people. Oh, no way. Can't afford it. Not at the moment. Communal farming. Fucking, it's so expensive. Market. %20 increase. My God. No, I'm going to do this one. Just keep on keeping on. Yeah, town grows. Right. So, like, what do you think, like, then, let me ask you, Sam, what do you believe in terms of the ability for there to be a socialist / communist mode of production after the capitalist mode of production? Because like the most insightful philosophical critiques I've ever heard of the Marxist interpretation is that like Marx's analysis of capital, fucking fantastic. The way that he analyzes things, interprets things, so bang on, because he's obviously working on historical information and then working on his present analysis of the capitalist mode of production. But where they believe, these critiques anyway, they believe that he gets on shaky ground is when he starts to go into the future and say, oh, well, then obviously the mode of production is going to change into socialism, because if you look at the relationships, the middle class or the class that is going to win in the struggle is the working class, and then the working class will produce a socialist mode of production or a communist mode of production and a worker society kind of thing. And so like any projection into the future is like, you know, trying to be Nostradamus or something like that, and that's where they think that Marx falls over. So some very intellectual people that I respect in terms of their opinions about Marxism, and they know a lot about Marx, I guess, would argue that that's the part where they don't agree with, almost, in terms of Marx's analysis of future events. And so do you believe that, the question I guess is, and this is for anyone listening actually, do we believe that the logical conclusion of capitalism is socialism or communism? Or is it something else? Is it techno-feudalism? As Giannis has theorized, but apparently not convinced by, because I've heard people say that he's not even convinced by the whole techno-feudalist analysis. Something to think about. What am I to do with this diplomat?
Your Honor.
What do you want? Building mines in this settlement is recommended. They create that wealth that can be taxed. I know, but I can't afford to spend $2,000 on that right now. I get it. Well, the Greeks are being screwed over. Corinth has been taken by the Macedonians as well. Oh, here they come. Uh-oh. Whoa, whoa,
Waiting
whoa.
your command. At once. Without delay. Without delay. I will address them at once.
Who are they at war with? Trade partners, enemies. I offer trade rights. And what? Map information.
A most generous proposal.
There you go, mate. All yours. A most generous. Oh yeah, they're stacking up, bro. The Macedonians are coming. Do we trust them? The $1 million question. Can you trust the Macedonians? I guess I can't afford not to build this mine now. Let's do this. $420. Alright. Man, not gonna lie, your stream was ASMR for a while for me. LOL. I'm listening to it as a background noise whilst I do some archery. There it is again. Earlier I was playing a Steam Roman campaign on Attila. Ah, it's back again. Back again. I think the more we advance into technology that outperforms humans in all aspects, the further away we are from any form of socialistic system, in my opinion. Yeah, because of the concentration of capital that happens in those industries. And if we do not own the means of production or seize the means of production, it's going to be difficult. But like the closer you get to that style of society where technology takes over, it really just takes a shift in that power balance to be all-encompassing almost. But yeah, no one can predict the future spot on. You just have to have an idea of the next best thing with the conditions you're in at the moment. Just as time progresses, the conditions change, and new amendments would naturally have to be made to the ideological visions that factor for all the changes. Yeah, it's an interesting point. To factor all of the changes in. Yeah, it's an interesting point, and it's dialectical, right? That's the dialectical key. Incremental, quantitative changes lead to a massive qualitative shift. Slowly, you see it reaching boiling point until the water itself is actually boiled. And when can anyone say that it really happens? When you're actually boiling. When you're at 98 degrees, you're pretty much boiling, right? When you're at 100, you're technically not boiling unless you're at 100. It's all a matter of the perception at the time and the factors that are being considered. That's a good point. It's a very good point.
Noble master?
Noble master. Alright, let's see what the Macedonians do, shall we? We've got some announcements first. Coming of age, where are you, bro? Where's my good mate? Titus Brutus. Yeah, Titus. Fuck, there's 3 gems in this place. 1, 2. Faction air.
Imperator!
So he learns a thing or two. Let's send him down to the siege.
Move out!
Should I reinforce this area? What do you reckon? And everyone always has different ideas, typically in the direction of we need someone to tell everyone what to do or everyone to figure out what to do together.
We must go our separate ways.
We must go our separate ways. What's he saying? What's he want? Cancel alliance? Oh god, they're about to attack.
Our thanks.
Let me counter propose you, brother. Alliance. Here's map information. Try that.
Would you consider our thanks?
I just bought myself some time there. That was great. We're now allies again. Is that right? That's hilarious. That's hilarious. What a pointless diplomatic mission that was. Jordan Shanks, eh? Is this bringing back memories for you? Eh? You still haven't figured out how to turn off your caps locks yet. It would look. Let me know when you want me to teach you how to do that. Oh, really? You get my audio levels right. Thanks. Like when music is playing, it's hard to hear what you're saying. Oh, okay, whoops. Especially with the conversation we've been having. Ah, whoa, whoa, whoa. Look who's here. Bring it on, bro. Bring it on. Can't believe the counter proposal worked. That's hilarious.
General!
All right. I'm going to leave it there. I've got to bounce. But yeah, thank you everybody for your interactions today. It's been quite the stream, I must admit. Yes, it's the Shanks himself. Seems to be checking in on me every now and again. Hey, he's still streaming. All right. Are you sure you want to quit? Yes. All right. Voltator. Ah. And Squeep's back. Everyone's coming back out of the woodwork. I can't go back and see the whole conversation. So I do apologize if I don't say your name. Voltator, thanks for your interactions today. Jag, Ron, Reality Pixel Media, Skitty Bits, I guess. Just here to watch a trash fire. Dilemmas, Jungle Potatoes. It's good to have you guys all in here. 4IS, of course. Squeebalicious. Thank you everyone for your interactions today. It's been good. Jordan's popped in a couple of times. Avalava, we've had some interesting discussions today. We're going to have to continue this discussion on China. It's not over, and it's not conclusive either. Let's be honest. Not conclusive at all. Sam, at Sam Xian. I hope I've said that right. Wings of Cheese. Thanks everybody for your interactions. It's been interesting. Yeah, it's been a very interesting conversation. Oh my God. And we've covered some fucking territory. I'm still looking at that picture of JD Vance dressed in a wig and feminine apparel, let's call it. But yeah, thanks everybody for your interactions. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place, depending on your streaming platform of choice. And I don't know what we're going to be covering tomorrow, but you'll get a notification in the morning anyway. So until next time, please remember, rabbit holes, Sweeb says, rabbit holes for days. But yeah, until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. We'll see you all on the morrow.